and now he's playing more openings, so he's gradually broadening his repertoire. That's very good sign, and he's not rushing it. So he is confident that he doesn't have to expand too fast and not have a deep understanding of the openings he plays. So he's taking it gradually, which is a mature thing to do. So I'm happy that he's handling these issues. But when you're taking it gradually, it takes longer time to achieve the objective. But my view on how this stands as such.
When Ding burst onto the scene as a teenager, he had a very aggressive attacking style. As he's got older, however, he's become more strategic, and he even had a 100-game unbeaten streak in 2018. Powerful with white and unbreakable with black, one of Ding's strengths is his calculation. Ding, he's always had this ability to see very deeply into the position. Here we join one of his most famous games. With black, he has already sacrificed his queen for only a rook and a piece. That being said, the white king is out in the open and extremely weak. Ding now came up with an incredible idea. Even computers struggle to understand this at first. Ding brought his rook forward to a square that looks like it's protected. If white were to capture this rook, however, then black would take with his knight, giving a fork, attacking the white king and attacking the white queen. This would be winning for black. Black also creates a threat. If white were to play a clumsy move, a careless move, then black would give checkmate. He pushed his pawn forward, protected now by this black rook, and after white takes, bishop would jump out and give checkmate. This is one of the most beautiful games I have ever seen.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are back with the FIDE World Championship in Singapore 2024, and it has not disappointed so far. The French defense, only seen 3 times in World Championship history, has reared its head in game number 1, and it's been really exciting. Danya, Judith, I know you guys want to get back to the action ASAP because we do have moves on the board. So Danya, a quick question for you. A long think followed by moves being blitzed out on the board. For people who don't regularly watch match play, they're going to be asking the question, well, hang on a second, why do some moves take so long and then you're just blitzing out 5 or 6 moves afterwards? Can you take us through top line what that typically looks like?
Well, there's the concept in chess, John, of a critical position, a position in which the decision you make is either crucial for the evaluation or it dictates the flow or the course of the game in some way. And critical positions can happen early in the opening. We saw just such a critical position on move 7. Ding decided to send his A-pawn down the board, grabbing important space on the queen side. But as we see here, Gukesh was prepared even for that relatively rare move. And here responds, full send on the A file, full send on the G file. In this position, the intrigue just keeps building up, and we're not even 10 moves into this game. It is currently Ding Liren's 10th move. G4 is the novelty. According to my database, G2, G4, the position was already seen only in a handful of games, but this position is now entirely new. Judith, we were discussing during the break, this move is a lot more complicated than it may appear. I think to the untrained eye, it may seem that F5 is being prepared, and that certainly is an idea, but I think it's only one of many, and I don't think it's actually the likeliest consequence. For example, if black castles kingside, take it away, Judith. What do you see?
Well, I'm very happy that we see few moves already since we left, And this is what I was expecting, that after Ding decides on his strategy playing a5, a4, he's going to be pretty fast. At the same time, right now, g4, which is my move. I love to play g4 in every position, basically. But here it calls for it. Because indeed, as you said, f5 can be the most natural follow-up of g4. At the same time, if black castles, obviously black wants to go f6, as we talked about it beforehand as well, because black wants to break up in the center on the e5 pawn. At the same time, white has an interesting idea to play g5, for example. Prophylactical move. It's a very interesting, because at first hand it seems like a very aggressive play by white, playing g4, g5, bringing out the pawn. At the same time, it can be a positional, prophylactical idea. So white wants to paralyze black's opportunities and options with the pawn on e5 and g5. It really puts every border for black to play f6, because after f6, the black king would open up too much and it would be too dangerous for black, I believe, capturing with the g pawn, takes, and then some attacking ideas with rook g1 and maybe knight g3, knight h5. I'm not sure what is the best, but it looks very scary for black. So this is something black would not play. And if black does not play f6, later on still white has an option to continue the attack, but not with the move f5, but moreover to play h5, h4, h5, as you point out, yes, knight g3, bishop d3, and even g6 at one point. And some may say, okay, but the king is on e1 in the center. Come on, we don't castle. No, we don't, because the position is very close. And the pawn chain of white, c3, d4, e5, f4, it gives a pretty good shelter for the white king. So it's not necessary that the white king has to be moving away. Many times it moves away to f2, for example, to feel comfortable and feel safe also, especially that the bishop is e3 developed there. So, well, I'm not going to give away too much secret if I say I would rather play it with the white pieces.
Man,
But
really, Judith Polgar would rather have this position, though. I learn new things every day. I join you. I'm right there. I think Dingley Ren would rather have this position and this time situation with the white pieces, because he's staring down the barrel of a 40-minute time deficit, Judith. And I want to let you continue to expose the secrets of this position. Just a very quick note that for Ding, the clock is ticking literally and figuratively on the queen side. And to manufacture counterplay, I think this queen b6 idea is no longer effective, given that he's pushed his a pawn down the board. He probably needs to orient himself on a quick pawn storm. But in a pawn race here, I think white's pawns might be the more effective ones, given that the ultimate prize on the king side is, after all, black's king.
yeah, and actually, in these positions with the white pieces, I was always worried about the queen b6 and f6 and some kind of reaction in the center, sacrifice by black. I was never worried on this a5, a4, trying to counterattack on the side. But still, we have to look at that, what black really has in mind playing a5, a4. Black is gaining the space and kind of, we can say, also advantage on the queen side. At the same time, he can have a lot of problems on the king side, right? Because f5 is very much inviting. And actually, I don't think black wants to castle at this point to short side, because that would be provocation, I would say, from black side. So I'm very curious if black would be going, well, bishop h4 is also something you can always consider. But I think here it wouldn't be a problem, because white probably just goes king d2 out of check, and there would be a threat of g5 trapping the bishop. So at this point, I think this is not a danger for white. h5 is an opportunity. Yes, indeed, h5 is something, a big question. I think this is the biggest question for black, whether to play h5 or just to play your move on the queen side, b5 or queen a5 at some point. But h5 is the critical, I think. h5 is definitely the critical move, because white is not able to play h3 to protect and keep the pawn chain because of the pin. So white does not want to play g5 at this point because black would be playing g6, I believe, and then there is no way white will be really breaking through on the king side. So there are two options or three options alternative. Well, the most obvious one, to capture the pawn on h5, and after rook takes back, to come with the knight very quickly with a tempo to g3, and then when the rook moves back, to play immediately f5. Though white has to calculate also pretty much, because I'm not sure f5 will work.
Ooh,
because
maybe ef and knight takes e5.
Yeah, those things, and even c takes d4 to start with, it can be, because the position starts opening up, and if the position opens up, then the king on e1 might be a problem. Yeah, e takes
this
f5.
Is what we've been talking about, right? That white's pawns are weirdly enough a security blanket. Yeah, ef5, knight f5, and now, despite the threat of knight g7, you might still be able to get away with this. Yeah, I think knight g7, king f8, and it's black's king that starts journeying around the king side, while white's king remains exposed.
Yeah, so this is so white has to be careful, right? How to make steps forward in the attack. So probably f5 might be an too early situation. After rook h5.
Yeah, maybe not even to rush knight g3, but to make some sort of improving move. Although I haven't quite come up with a move that fits that description.
I have a question. Can white play f5? I doubted that it can be good. Just
eliminate the middleman straight up.
Yeah, the idea is, because generally speaking, I would rather have my knight on f4, right? So if black would take with the pawn on f5, then I can have my dream to have f4 attack the rook and attack the d5. So of course, rook would be taking. Yeah, this was my idea, but I'm pretty sure black will just sack on f3 or something. Bishop h4 might be also
maybe takes f3, queen b6, something to that effect, or takes d4 and queen b6.
Yeah, but at some point, maybe white can castle longside.
I forgot about that move. That is legal. You can castle two different directions. Wow, what a line. Takes queen b6. I can't defend both pawns. Just kidding. And it's, I think, one of, if not the best move. Defending both pawns.
It works pretty rarely in these positions that a long castle can be the best move, but after all, white has some material advantage, so that's why I can afford it. But probably there is something else that black can look for compensation. Maybe knight b4 or queen check first on a5. That's possible to push my king away to f2. But I don't know if black has something else instead of sacrificing the rook, or does he have a better option?
There's bishop h4.
Yes.
Pinning the knight, but it feels to me, just as a general note, as a note about Gukesh's strategy, that move g4 is more prophylactic than it appears, right? It's so easy to pigeonhole that move. Oh, he's attacking, he wants to go f5, but if black short castles, he's actually trying to paralyze black's kingside play. So it doesn't seem that he wants to get an all-out chaotic, position where Ding has, pretty straightforward attacking chances. At least it's hard to say. So h5 might be a good attempt to drag Gukesh into kind of a chaotic position. But Ding continues to think, Judah, bishop h4 here is the greedy move. And apparently, by the looks of it, also a bad one. Maybe takes, and the rook might still get trapped after bishop d3, so joke's on you for trying to be greedy. Maybe not even knight takes h4, maybe straight up bishop d3.
Yes, I was wondering on bishop d3 immediately, because the bishop d3, maybe rook h5. Because I cannot take on f3, because after that hg3 and the rook covers the h5.
But here I feel like I can take, and you have to make another move with the rook. And this I like quite a bit more. Something like queen d2. Actually, even there's other cool moves here. Short castles is legal as well. You said long castles. I forgot we can also short castle.
Man, actually, it's not as bad as I just said f5 for the fun of it, to show some
queen a5 played, by the way. Sorry to cut you off, Judith. And no? I'd love to keep looking at this position, but just felt the need to point out he has just made the move queen a5. So the other square, right? We called for h5. He put something on a5 twice now.
Well, this is the logical follow-up after a5, a4. And the idea is that black wants to take on d4. So right now, if in the next move, if black to move, black takes on d4, white cannot capture it with the pawn, which is usually the idea for white when he plays c3 to keep the very strong center. Because if after c takes d4, white has to take and capture back with the piece, probably with one of the knights, then black has some counterattack playing knight c5 and come into the center on e4. And also after c takes d4, if white captures with a piece, also f5 is not so easy to push after that because the e5 pawn will be weakened. So now the big question for me, first comes to mind is king f2, go out of the pin. And I like it, the king on f2, even sometimes it goes up to g3 to show off that it can do that too.
What is his idea? That's the question. Is he trying to go f6 maybe, having dragged the king to a slightly more vulnerable spot?
That is a very logical continuation, I believe, after king f2 to go f6. And then already, of course, black is always keeping in mind the action on e5, right? And it's not so easy for white to get away with the king. So where to go? And somehow the problem for white, of course, if I have 3 moves, I just go bishop g2, castle, knight g3, f5. And then life is just beautiful. White has a huge advantage. So at this point, we have all the pieces on the board, and every tempo counts. So here there is a race between the white and the black army. There is a serious race because there are these big questions. Who plays f5 first? Can black play f6? Because most of the time if black plays f6, white has no option of playing f5 because there's too much action on e5. So, but you know, g5 sometimes can be also possible, even here without castle, maybe. But of course I would rather play g5 with black castles.
Clamping down on that square. Now black can try to adopt a more positional mindset and solve the problem of this bishop on c8 with b6 and bishop a6, but something tells me that it's just too slow. And as you said, Judah, white is just 3 or 4 moves away from solving the remaining problems of his development. And it's just so close. You're so close to being able to push f5 and just get down to business on the king side. But obviously in chess you have to make only one move at a time. It's like in the famous words of Mikhail Tal, yes, I sacrifice all my pieces, but my opponent can only capture one piece at a time. So again, we keep asking this question, which problem do you solve first? Which priority do you put above the others? And in Gukesh's case, is it to make sure that you can recapture with a pawn, or is it to take the sting out of the typical French, the thematic move f7, f6? Gukesh is thinking, not something that we've been saying thus far, Judith. This might be his first significant think of the game.
Well, so far he spent only 6 minutes in this game, which is not much when you have 2 hours for 40 moves, right? And we can say, seeing the time management of the players, the amount of time Dink has spent, that Gukesh won the opening battle. We might say that, right? Generally speaking, if we play in a tournament and our opponent is thinking 40 minutes up to move 10, then we tend to think that we have the upper hand, we know what we are doing, and the opponent is kind of confused. But of course, Gukesh has to go on and not to think about the time advantage, but to see what is happening on the board. What was the moves, what Dink was reacting, how it influences his plans and his preparation. Because I have the feeling that maybe, though still I think it can be still preparation for Gukesh. Because, I mean, okay, a5, a4, queen a5 is not maybe the main line, but it is something to consider also. So, I mean, here I think there is a big question for white how to continue indeed. Because, first of all, the first question is whether do I worry about c takes d4 and that white is not allowed to capture it with the pawn. This is question number 1. if I'm saying that by any means I want to take back with the pawn from c3, then there is not much option for white. Then basically king f2 seems to be almost maybe the only one.
So can I add a quick note, Judith, for newer players, why king f2 is just very, very quickly. Some people are asking why not queen d2, and the reason this type of move doesn't really protect against the threats, it just adds oil to the fire, because in a situation like this, after cd, there's always this nasty, nasty pin, bishop to b4, and dropping the bishop back to d2 is just incredibly passive and confines the king even further. Please proceed. So that's why king f2 is essentially automatic if you want to ensure c takes d4 as possible.
Yes, but at the same time, when you go to f2, you know the consequences of it also. That on f2, for the moment, it seems like it's a great place for white. At the same time, after king f2, obviously, the first move comes to mind is f6. And then you have to think about it. How are you getting away with your king? So you might go bishop g2 or bishop h3. That can be also an option, and to play rook f1 and hiding as a classical castle, but making it in an artificial way in 3 moves instead of 1. But this is how this opening is developed, because white wanted to gain a huge space advantage very early, so this is the price what white pays. Or the other one, indeed, to go to g3. That's more. It's more of a cool move to go to g3. And for now, I don't see what is the awful thing for that. But it comes to mind. Can I like go g5 just to increase the tension?
Oh my gosh! Eventually, you keep needling and needling and needling, and the whole structure is going to come tumbling down. Judith, I think that's exactly the right approach. And I'll be honest, my instinct when I see f6 is always to push f5, and that's the perfect example of a move that's going to fail, because you might win your material, but your whole position is going to collapse. E takes f5, e6 is a cheap trap. Black's never going to do that. I assume Black's going to go f takes e5 and just massacre white down this f file.
Well, when the
just knight f8.
Well, knight f6, I would rather play it. Yeah. I mean, having the king on f2, some things you don't like.
So white does not want to cooperate in this process, nor does white want to play e takes f6 here. I think, again, the problem with the placement of the king on f2. You solve one problem, you open another Pandora's box, in this case, the knight jumping to one of these squares. Let me tell you, Judith, f6 is a really annoying move. And I think Ding's mom, who was watching anxiously through the looking glass, we have a nice little tweet there, might be happy to see f6 on the board. Mr. Feingold might not be, but look at that. The parents, the family members on both sides, you can tell everybody is watching, no matter their time zone, no matter their location. They are all watching anxiously. Most definitely the parents.
Absolutely. I think Gukesh's father is on the site as he is traveling with him to the tournaments. Very nice man, very much looking after Gukesh every step, how to help him stay behind the scenes and do everything in order that Gukesh can focus every way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Gukesh's parents, my parents did so much to further my chess career, and you don't raise a well-rounded, cultured, well-behaved son like Gukesh if the parents aren't stars themselves. So they had to put their careers on pause. Gukesh's father accompanying him to so many events. And, I would be remiss to my mom if I didn't say that, his parents definitely deserve a couple of rating points. Some of that, 2783, that's the product of the parents. And Gukesh will be the first to credit his parents. So Ding, his mom is watching. Everyone's moms are watching. And we're watching White's king very, very close.
Well, of course, my parents were giving a lot to me. So they were following me and joining me for the events. And it is a lot of help. It is a lot of help that that you don't have to look after things which you don't want to. Arranging things around you with the travelings, with the hotel, with the meal, with anything. So this is a very important work and support. But what will be supporting Gekesh's king? Is he really going to go king f2 or f6?
Your parents aren't solving that problem for you. That's a you thing. That's a white king thing. Maybe, I mean, do you even have to solve this? Right, you always have to ask the question, can I just eliminate the whole problem with a move like d takes c5? Is that even on the radar, Judith, or a move like a3?
I don't like moves d takes c5, and the reason is very simple. First of all, after d takes c5, there is a completely different situation in the center. But also the other reason is because I'm actually supporting the development of black. So he's going to be taking most likely knight takes e5, and then immediately he has an option already to play knight e4, and I don't know, somehow I have the feeling that black's position improved quite a bit. Probably White's move would be knight e2 to d4, but black has a very good great play, and white is still far away from placing his king from e1 to safety. So in these positions, especially when I play g4, I would definitely like to keep the pawn chain and not to give up the d4 pawn, defending and supporting the e5 central pawn. a3, I mean, a3 is something I also not happy with. Yeah, c takes d4, I think, is one of the
I think I have a better version. And by the way, shout out to queen a5. This has been an excellent move by Ding, whose power is really growing on me. But okay, knight takes d4. Here I think I'm a little happier with white.
That's true, because if knight c5, you gain 2 tempes, right? Because black wasted time spending c takes d5, knight c5, instead of white capturing on c5. At the same time, the b3 square is can be weak. But also,
what do I do with those tempi?
But on the other hand, if you go a3, maybe anyway I go f6. Because you
Not
didn't
even
do...
CD.
Yeah, because
Just
you
F6
didn't
right
do
away.
anything in order to develop, right? And c takes d is a threat now, because in e5 there is things fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of trying to prepare knight to g3, which, by the way, we should point out, knight g3 runs into the move a3, another benefit of putting the queen on a5. The problem is knight g3 is also a bad idea because of c takes d4, and you've lost some control over this d4 pawn that you're overprotecting. So Judith f6 is really nasty. Knight g3 is out of the question. You might end up, again, actually maybe already here queen d2 becomes a more serious candidate move, but I wouldn't allow the queen trade. I don't think that's a good idea. g5 is always on black's radar as well. It doesn't seem like white's going in the right direction here. I'm not a huge fan of a3 either.
Yes, of course, as black pushed his pawn a5, a4, it's always in there to go push a3 and to loosen the situation with the pawn on c3. So this is something kind of pretty tricky. And now it's a momentum, I think, for Gukesh. He has to make the right decision.
I'm starting to come back to your move, Judith, of g4, g5, which, yeah, doesn't carry the same luster as after short castles, but f6 keeps coming at the most inconvenient moment. Maybe you just shut that idea down.
It also just came back to my mind, this g5, but I can't say that I'm so happy with it. Because even after g5, we have to consider f6 anyway.
Maybe white just needs to put an anvil on f6, or just a paperweight on that square.
Just glue the pawn to f7 and you cannot move.
Get Feingold over to Singapore. He'll make sure that pawn's on f6. Okay, gf. But I still think this I could live with. And maybe actually here f5 becomes a more serious possibility.
Wow, you're so brave. Of course, after f5, f takes e5, f takes e6, knight f6 is by far not so powerful than when the king is on f2 and the knight can jump to e4 or g4. But
I'm afraid.
Well,
move on the board.
Opening up the position this way, it means you're very brave.
I'm great at sacrificing
Other people's
pawns and
pieces.
weakening other people's king. Weakening other people's kings. Okay, I'm pretty good at weakening my own king too. But I would also point out, Judith, e takes f6 is not out of the question. And here, definitely, the fact that the king is still on e1 is in white's favor. So that white king is kind of dancing around, depending on how the position transforms. And it's so hard to call how the position's going to transform, because that depends on which pawn break Ding opts for, if any.
I think we will not avoid f6 at some point in this game, because that's kind of the key move to break up and keep the tension in this structure. So black is practically putting pressure in the center from the side of c5 to the d4 pawn and from f6 towards the e5. So white really has to make a serious decision here.
Yeah.
So black is playing basically after queen a5 or three ideas. To play a3 at some point and weaken the c3 pawn with that. To take, or at some point to capture on d4, especially if white would be going f5 now, for example. It cannot be played because of c takes d4. And white cannot capture back with the c3, so the e5 is falling off. So queen a5 was kind of a prophylactical move also against f5, we can say. And the third idea is to play f6. h5, I think it's like rarely will be the move which he wants to do.
Combined with queen a5, it seems unlikely. And from white's perspective, there are sort of two categories of moves, right? This is what you started with, and it's such an insightful point because it gives you a good lens through which to look at this position. The question is, are you worried about c takes d4? Right? Do you want to ensure the ability to capture with a pawn? But we kind of soured on the move king f2. If you've determined that, the next question is, okay, what improvement do I want to make such that the sting is taken out of, or the ding, I should say, is taken out of the move c takes d4, but there may be no answer to that question because of this supplementary idea of f6. And this is kind of the original sin of white's setup, is once the center, there might be hell to pay.
I still want to go king f2, you know?
Come back to the roots. We can go full circle.
So what would you play?
King f2, I agree.
I don't know what to play after f6, but what else to do?
I don't either. Just pray. And we're back to this position. King f2, f6. H.
But this...
is
sorry,
no longer
I went
effective. Mm-hmm.
I went king g3 and after that g5. But isn't that just a fun move, but not necessarily a good one? Because if g5
Okay,
doesn't
you mean
work,
G5?
I like king g3. And we said g5
I'm
with
afraid it
black,
does.
but is it
I
true?
think it does work. I think so. Because e takes f6, I assume g takes f4 check intermezzo? Or what would be your choice here for white?
Well, in principle, I wouldn't like to play f takes g5, but still I would like to observe it. How bad is it? Takes, f takes e5. Takes, d takes e5, knight e5, right?
Yippers.
Knight takes e5, knight takes e5.
Maybe bishop d6 or queen c7, but okay, for the sake of analysis, yeah, just knight e5 is fine, I think.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's just, this g3 king I can't be so proud of. The problem is bishop f4, then knight g6. So I'm very much behind in development and everything. So let's go back to g5.
Mm-hmm. I can also play h4 with white after f6, but that might be too slow, and it
Let's
might
go
allow the f to
h4.
open up.
Let's go h4.
But should black play fe? Is that being considered here?
The only question for me whether we take f takes e5 now or after castle, because I have the feeling that something action will be with black.
And black can also throw an a3 b3, ac dc a3 b3. There's so many like little buttons that black can press.
Yes,
each of which
king f2 is
impacts
on the no
position.
bishop g2.
What is it?
Bishop g2.
Bishop g2. So he makes one of the moves that allows c takes d4 and improves the position. And by the way, short castles. I think we've kind of assumed that the king's going to walk up to F2. The king hasn't made a move yet, so it can't castle kingside.
So now if black goes A3, white is going to play B3, I believe. And after C takes D4, white will play probably knight
Are
F
you
D4.
sure white's going to go B3? Can white maybe castle kingside and just give up B2?
Wow.
Is that on the radar?
It didn't come to my mind. I would be surprised. Wow.
Just
Can you
banking
really
on the
do that?
kingside play. So A3. My blitz instinct is to castle. No, you can't. Okay. But okay, what is the refutation exactly?
Okay, I take on B2.
I move the rook.
I take queen takes A2.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. I was thinking queen C2. Somehow or queen D2, and somehow if I could recover
Actually,
B2,
maybe I should have taken C takes D4 first.
Yeah, and then you could stick a bishop on A3. Yeah, that if you can keep B2, then it's too many pawn sacrifice. Okay, this is too adventurous. Let's say white plays B3 like a normal person or like a world champion contender,
And then
not like
let's
a bullet
say
addict.
C takes D4.
Knight F takes D4 forced, I assume. Or not, or B4 is a move here as well. This is actually kind of a common idea in the French, to play
Ooh.
B4.
That's a nice one.
And probably
That's
ensuring
a nice
that you
one.
can take with the E knight.
Exactly. And with the B4, you take away the very important C5 square. So, though black can go back queen C7, let's say, and after knight D4, maybe queen D8 was better. I thought to play knight B6 to bring it to C4.
So you want to avoid knight B5 with tempo.
Yeah, though I'm not sure it bothers me too much.
Okay. So knight D4, something like knight B6. Knight B5, you play queen D8. The D6 square is very well protected, and black can always escape the danger zone by castling. In fact, we might see both sides castling kingside, which is a scenario for some reason that never entered my mind, that we might get a quote-unquote normal position.
Okay, bishop G2 was a solid decision. How much time was spent by Gukesh on this? Oh, he spent 80 minutes up to now. Ding is playing very slowly this game.
Yeah.
Very
He's
slow.
already spent almost half his time, and it's still move 11, and another decision to make. Does he have alternatives? So we pointed out that A3 can be included, but if he's not willing to play C takes D4, is F6 still on the table, or has it lost its effectiveness now that white can castle kingside?
Well, I think it's a whole different story, because after F6, white goes castle, and he won all those tempos which was needed for him to get comfortable with his king and also in the center. So black is just behind in time. F6, castle, and everything is perfect for white, it seems.
Totally. And CD is now possible, so then why did black bother with queen A5? So really the question is, does black include the move A3? Or does he play C takes D4 first, which does allow knight E takes D4?
Yeah, so actually white can play knight, capture it back with the E2 knight in every option. Because here even more, because if after A3 now B4, white is even won one extra tempo. Because he can play B4 in one move.
Black would execute your idea here. But black can even castle and drop the bishop back to C1 in response to knight C4. Could he not?
Are you sure you're so happy to move back with the bishop?
Yeah, and expose the A7 G1 diagonal to a move like queen B6.
Well,
Maybe
also
there's a better
F6.
way. What would be your preference here for white?
Actually, I'm not sure he wants to. I'm not sure he wants to take back with the E knight. You know? I'm not sure, because maybe he wants to take with the F knight, and then after castle, if black goes knight C5 and tries to reach the E4, white has a good square with the other knight on G3. I mean, that's also an option.
And how would you deal with knight B6 here?
Yeah, the same question, right?
It's a really really annoying move, actually. I really wish I could play b3. I keep trying to make this move happen.
But you know, it's
Keep
also
pretending this is
possible
defended.
to play this knight b6 idea without c takes d4. An improved version of it.
Just right here and right now. What's stopping
Yes.
us? That's a great point.
So after castle, knight c4, if you go back to c1, then maybe at some point a3 can be unpleasant. b3, knight b2, and then take on d4.
You're picking up what I'm putting down here. I really... a3 even right away. Needling and stabbing away at the integrity of white's queenside structure. And the problem, Judith, is white's really far away from setting things in motion on the king side. And it feels like Ding's now having all the fun on the queen side. We want to let John Sargent in on the fun as well. John, there's enough fun to go around here for a third commentator. Why don't you hop in here? You get in on the fun.
There's a lot more going on than I expected in game one of a world championship, and I'm all for it. I'd love it if the entire match looked like this. I think one thing that you guys have touched on that I'm going to start getting worried about later in the broadcast, Judith, we need to talk about time. We need to talk about management and time trouble. I think it was Ding's interview with Mike yesterday where he said that there's a good chance that Gukesh may make some inaccuracies in time trouble, but it's actually Ding who's 40 minutes down on the clock at this point, and we're at move 11. So the position on the board is amazing, but we have some serious repercussions an hour or two from now, don't we?
Well, the time management in chess is always a huge debate. I mean, for players who are time trouble players, they sometimes feel that, okay, I feel comfortable, I'm very happy to play with very little time on my clock. At the same time, it has a reason why you go down in time. There is a reason. In this game, I think there's a very clear reason, because in the opening, there was a situation, a decision by Gukesh, which Ding was not comfortable with. And and that's why he spent so much time. Also, I think it's partly because of game one, and probably the pressure is very high, the stakes are very high, and Ding is a much older player. Well, he's not old with his, I think he's like 30 or something, but of course he's clearly older and more experienced than his challenger Gukesh. And sometimes it has its very positive things. If you're very young, you're not afraid, you don't have such a tension, you handle things better. I mean, as we see Gukesh walking around, it seems like he feels very comfortable at this point. But indeed, the time management is something can be an issue for some players. And in this game, I'm afraid for Ding that he will have to fight with it during the whole game.
And that's exactly what he's sitting down to think of now. The problem is the time is going to become such a big component of the pressure on him in the second half of today's proceedings as a result, even though the position on the chessboard is so technical. Speaking of technical chess positions as well, you too can level up your chess game and understand more about how positions like this can even come about with Chess Up 2. So chess.com are super excited to support this launch. It's a revolutionary smart chessboard that will change how you learn and play the game. It's got a touch-sensitive pieces that light up the board. You have optional AI assistance as well, and it meets you at your skill level. Crucial there to support training and growth. This Black Friday, you can save $70 on Chess Up 2. You just head over to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. Folks, we are getting ready to continue with game number one of the 2024 FIDE World Championship. The first three times it started with a French defense, they've ended in decisive results. Will the same thing happen the fourth time this opening is played in game number one? We'll see you very shortly for more of the action.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, devastation. The undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Back to the FIDE World Championship. A3 has indeed been played. We'll get to the action on the board in just a second. We hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast as much as we are bringing it to you. A long thing. We were talking about things like King F2 earlier on. Judith, I want to ask a quick question about whether you always play the objective move. I think we had several people, myself included, in chat asking, it takes a lot of guts to go into a deep think and then play a move like King F2. I feel like in a world championship match, look, chess is objective. You always want to play the best move, but the spectacle and the occasion, it does make a little bit of a difference. Do you sometimes change your moves depending on what sort of game you're playing?
Actually, I believe you do, but it's more a strategical way also, the way you do it, because, and also it can be concrete, of course, but bishop g2 seems to be a much more solid continuation to make a castle properly and keep the position balanced. And also after king f2, I did have a problem with f6. So I'm not sure I would be playing king f2, but it's true that that comes to mind first for me, but that becomes very concrete. And I fully understand the decision by Lukesh.
And Danya, look, we all want the fireworks, and there's still so much, like a ridiculous amount of unresolved tension on this chessboard. Do we still feel in the live position that a key push on the F-file is still what we're looking for in the next half hour of this broadcast? Where do you feel this is going now?
Well, John, I think that the heat map of the position, if I can put it that way, has shifted to the queen side. An area of the board that black seemed to be in command on, but this intermezzo, you can call it a Zwischenzug. The language doesn't matter. The move remains the same. B4 is an idea that occurs in a different line of the French that I will show, but this is why Gukesh has not responded, and this is why he hasn't hastily recaptured on d4, which would be most players' choice. This is another big moment, and bishop g2 was a big decision. This is yet another big decision for Gukesh, so the ball has shifted into his court, and the intrigue continues to build up. We're still in the opening phase. What an incredible opening salvo by both players.
Excellent. So there's plenty to unpack in this position. Is b4 going to get played? If you guys have any questions for Judith or Danya, please let me know, by the way. Ping me on social media, and I will be taking some of your questions, sifting through them while we're off screen, and presenting them to our resident grandmasters for analysis a little bit later on. But for now, all of the action is very much in the live position. Judith, Danya, take it away.
All right. Well, Judith, we have so much to unpack here as b4 is on everyone's mind. May I very quickly show the similar line of the French where b4 makes an appearance, and you might have to help me here. I have the position in my mind. So there is a variation of the French. I will be very quick. Where white has this intermezzo, and it's part of common theory. I think it is also the Steinitz variation, but instead of Gukesh's move knight c to e2, it's in the main line. Knight f3, I want to say, knight to c6, and I want to say that it's in the older established line. Judah, do you know what I'm referring to?
I don't remember exactly what you have in mind.
This queen b6
here, queen a5.
Exactly. Yes, c3. And my coach taught, and for some reason this move made such a big impression on me. And here, every self-respecting knight c3 player knows that the theoretical move is b4. And I think that knight takes b4, giving up a piece for 3 pawns, is, as Gukesh has indeed pushed bury the b pawn up 2 squares, one of black's main ideas. This leads to a very, very complicated position. Back in the day, in the early 2000s, it was a slight edge for white. The opening connoisseurs in the chat can fill me in on the current status. But the current status of our first World Championship game is a queen that is hanging on a5. And a question now for Dingley Wren, is knight takes b4 on his radar? And if not, where does he move his queen?
Well, I don't think knight b4 is possible in this position, because somehow, if let's say we put it on the board knight b4, c takes b4, black would be capturing with the bishop, then bishop goes back to d2. And then very shortly after that, the d4 pawn will be falling off, and white is very well developed. The pawn structure for black is not very promising, having the pawn on a3, the other one on b7, staying back there. So this would be completely lost for black. So the big question is, for Ding, I believe, where to move back his queen. Also, there is an option to play queen a4, for example, to exchange the pair of the queens, right? which is usually not happening, of course. And queen c7 was played very quickly as, well, that's the only sensible square for black, right?
Yeah, and this is kind of was your instinct when we briefly analyzed this position earlier. And of course, the point of b4, I think, is twofold. The main idea, you pointed this out, is to prevent the journey of the d7 knight to this juicy outpost on e4 to cut off the point of entry. But also, now you can play knight e takes d4. Of course, with the black being on a5, this would have been impossible as the c3 pawn would have been hanging with a check. And knight to b5, very common idea in the French, except with the bishop on e7 standing sentinel over the d6 square, that might be a futile path for the knight. Now, knight b6, Judith, was your choice. Of course, black can also castle. f6 is no longer possible, as e6 will hang. And knight takes d4 certainly has to be considered.
Yes, knight d4 is also has something to consider it, because the c3 pawn is under attack, so most likely white would be taking either with the queen or with the bishop. I don't know which one is better, to be honest, but after knight d4, whatever going to take back on d4, there is an interesting idea for black to go knight b8 and regroup it to have the other knight on c6. And somehow to put pressure on the d5, whatever piece is there. Mm-hmm. And after that also f6 might be a better way of breaking up the center. So that's one option. Definitely. Yep. Knight takes d4.
So knight e6, knight takes d4, and potentially knight b8. And from the perspective of discouraging f6, maybe bishop takes d4 is more appealing, but then knight b8 becomes even more annoying. So it's the familiar problem. One door is closed, but unfortunately that opens another annoying door. And Judith, what would you say to the possibility of castling kingside and kicking the can down the road, procrastinating on the decision, as I like to do, and on and off the board?
Well, I think castling is also very sensible, to be honest, because eventually black will have to castle anyway. So if there is nothing concrete that he has to go and has a priority to do, then castle is a very sensible move. The only thing is that if you want to go knight d4, I think black really has to consider it now, because after castle, white goes castle, or even knight b5 first, and after that to castle, then there will be a less opportunity for black to capture on d4 without thinking that c takes d4 is possible even to give up the b4 pawn.
Oh yeah. Now we're speaking a language that I understand. Of course, Ding, you can see him changing his seating position, and he's aware of his clock. It's ticking down fast. He's now eaten up over half of his initial time allotment. He's at 54 minutes. And every move is a decision. Some decisions, the price of that move is very high. Here, the price of the move is probably not too high. Probably neither knight b6 nor short castle is a serious mistake, but these are two distinct approaches to the position. As juicy as the c4 square is, king safety is also important, and castle maintains more flexibility.
I like knight b6 to consider, to be honest, because to regroup the knight from d7 to c4 and activate the knight, I think it has a lot of sense to push away the bishop from e3, and also to have the knight on c4 and c6 supports even better the move f6 and break up in the center. And when the knight on d4, it's important that your e6 pawn is protected.
Precisely.
So the c8 bishop gives hope and gives an important role there when you play f6. And also to control the move f5, though I think there is a very little chance that white is able to push f5 in the near future.
Mm-hmm. And it does free up the d7 square for the bishop, not so much to develop the bishop as to connect the rooks in the event that black castles. Of course, we should not forget about b6, bishop a6, although this is, I think, far less likely here given the importance of at least maintaining the possibility of playing f6. And so, as you pointed out at the very start of the game, sometimes this bishop, as ugly as it is, I think Mihai Shuba, a Romanian GM, first said, bad bishops defend good pawns. Well, e6 is also a bad pawn, but it's also an important pawn whether you like it or not. So the bishop and the pawn are kind of one unit. Okay, so we go back to the live position. This decision feels strangely overwhelming, right? It seems simultaneously unimportant, but also crucially important. Do you play knight b6, stick that knight on c4? Do you castle? Do you trade? Sometimes when all of the moves seem about equivalent, Judith, I think the decision can be much harder to make.
Black, I think, should look after some activity in his position. Because, for example, the pawn on a3, for now it's not really a weakness, but it can be. If, let's say, white will go... Also, I'm considering that after knight b6, white might play knight b5, pushing back the queen to d8. And then play maybe even, I don't know, maybe knight d2 is possible, though it doesn't seem so great. Of course, castle is something that white wants to be doing. But maybe knight b5 to push back the queen, it makes sense. So now
bishop c5. Is that too outlandish?
Bishop c5 is also interesting. Because the d6 square for a knight, it can be a good outpost. But after bishop c5, black goes knight c4, I believe. And it covers the d6 important square.
Knight. I wanted knight d2, knight b2.
Also,
Actually,
knight d2
might not be so bad.
Bishop h4. Bishop h4 also, through your castling, is possible.
Yeah, but I learned in the game Polgar Short that, you know, a king journey around the board in this line is not the end of the world.
That's true.
But no, I don't like... Why would white, you know, invite these problems to his doorstep when there are more straightforward options?
Yeah.
So your move here was to castle? Or to
the question is whether I support white's position and it goes on the good way with knight b5 pushing back the queen on d8, or it doesn't make sense. So let's say castle, and after knight c4 to go bishop f2, play very solid, and how my knight on b5 will be kicked out. Probably black can go bishop d7 or something. Also, of course, my bishop, I would be more happy to have it on g1, but I didn't have time to play king h1 and bishop g1 to put it there.
Oh, I love that idea. Just making that little slot for the bishop. You know.
Yeah, because time is important. At the same time, bishop f2, bishop g3 regrouping can be also considered, but then the e3 square can be vulnerable.
Yeah,
so
this bishop, it's like a small child. You know, it needs to be protected.
Yeah.
Because it's getting tossed around.
But I think now the big question is for black, going back to the position where Ding is thinking right now, is to capture the knight on d4 or to play knight b6. I think this is the big question. Or to play castle, ignore the situation and just put my king into safety. Can I go g5, by the way? Or that's exaggerating things.
Let me tell you, Ding's thinking about this move because both of his black victories against Gukesh 2023 and 24 taught us steal. A crucial move in both of those games was g5 in completely different positions. So I need no convincing that it's on his radar. Let's consider it. Knight takes g5. Maybe you have knight takes e5 I'm trying to make work, but maybe not enough there. Also fg.
Yeah, there are quite a few alternatives for white. Also knight c6 and then to take on g5.
This looks okay for black if you play fg, but I would be more worried about black having to give up the bishop, so that's why my instinct was to play knight g5. Or you could start with knight b5 and then play knight g5.
Yeah. Yeah, that's maybe the best, because the d6, then it will be some problem for black. And then knight
Look
g5.
at this. And if you take on g5, I could even throw a knight d6 check first.
Yeah, I think g5 is over optimistic.
What if you take on d4 first and play g5? No, then bishop takes d4 and the e5 pawn is too protected.
And what about knight d4, bishop d4? So after all, to go knight b8, which we started out with. This idea.
So if I play b5, this is a common concept. You might go back to d7 and then say, joke's on you. Thanks for opening up the gates to c5.
It looks pretty slow, though.
White can castle, knight c6. Move the bishop back. And from c6, it's not clear where the knight's going to go. Right. So castles, knight c... It feels like white's slightly better here. This is kind of the sort of thing that Gukesh would want out of the opening.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is not so nice. So probably knight d4 is not the move for black. Knight b6 seems to be the move, or castle.
Gukesh is pacing around and around, and watching Ding's clock tick down. He now has 2x the amount of time that Ding has, almost exactly. Twice as much time, an hour 30 to 45 minutes. Got to get moving. Ding has to make a decision here, because he's going to have many more of those decisions to make in the middle game.
Well, we can say, I think, already that we are just entering clearly to the middle game by now, because both players are out of their preparation by now, and we're in the middle game, right? And entering. What move are we in? Move 14.
Yeah, it's not a science to determine when that transition happens. But pacing, it's the universal sign of nervous chess players. It's just what chess players do. In that first Steinitz-Zukertort match in 1886, in the newspapers of the day, you can find plenty of reports of the sleepless nights that Steinitz had. And here's a little passage before the 7th game. Steinitz was deliberate as usual, and this seemed to make Zukertort nervous. He arose and walked around the room and rolled while waiting for Steinitz to move. As each move was made, the figures around the mammoth board, for the benefit of the spectators, were arranged to correspond, and 300 people present watched the struggle with intense interest. So the first match at a live audience, what a privilege that we can watch from every corner of the globe. And in that Steinitz-Zukertort match, the clock broke down at some point in the match, and they had to take it to the jewelers across the street. And that made both Steinitz and Zukertort really annoyed and even more nervous. That was during the game.
Well, in reality these days, there is a backup clock. So if something goes wrong with the digital clock they're playing with, then there is a replacement.
Unfortunately, I think the backup clock broke down as well. But that is problems that were suffered in the late 1800s. I'll read some more passages as we move forward. I have a lot to share from historical World Championship matches, and this one definitely will have its own chapter as India's brightest star tries to make his bid in his first ever World Championship match for the ultimate title. Ding is still thinking.
Well, we can say that Gukesh made a very good appearance in Game 1 in the opening. He seems to be with full self-confidence in his preparation and his personality, the way he sits at the board, walking around.
And by the way, Judah, just really quickly from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, 1886, but just as the moves became intricate enough to hush the murmurs, it was found that one of the clocks would not work. Dr. Zukertort voiced the sentiment of the anxious spectators when he said he couldn't understand why the committee did not have 2 sets of clocks to provide against accident. 140 years later, I think we might have learned a lesson.
Yeah. Well, now White has a very stable position. We can say that a few moves ago, it seemed like a critical moment when Gukesh decided to play bishop g2, the developing move. And now it became a very interesting pawn structure, having the black pawn on a3 and white pawn on b4. Because it is kind of very controversial what we see here, I believe, that the black pawn on a3, in the long run, I think it should be more of a weakness. The b4 is like a very important pawn to cover the very important square for black for counter chances on c5. At the same time, it gave such a hole in the position on c4. So the question is whether can Ding react the way that he exploits this opportunity to put his knight on c4, or how strong will it be? But it takes time for him also. So, and still white has a space advantage, and in development it's roughly the same, because probably we can say that white is better developed, because black developed only 3 pieces, 2 knights and 1 bishop, but the c8 bishop is still standing there. I'm wondering whether is it going to be developed towards the a6, like playing b6, bishop a6 at some point, but I doubt that. So I would visualize it that black will move the knight somewhere in the next 1 to 3 moves, and then he's going to be developing his bishop to d7.
And yeah, go on.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if you move away with the knight, then you want to play f6 in a later stage. So everything has a connection to the other one. Of course, f6 would be a great move now if the e6 pawn would not be under attack.
Yeah, I mean, as impressive as the intermezzo b4 was, that's for Gukesh, that's a move, you know, he can find in his sleep. I'm really impressed with the 11th move, bishop g2, which, you know, it's not going to make it into any, you know, tactics books. It might not be talked about, and it might not shine with the brightness of a sacrifice or a flashy move like b4, but it really steered the position in a favorable direction. When we felt like Ding was holding all the trump cards in the position, Gukesh was in many ways facing a similar kind of dilemma where every candidate move had a clear drawback, and I think he managed to choose the move with the fewest drawbacks, and to do so efficiently. Ding is now at 40 minutes, and I want to make sure I don't overstate the case. That's a lot of time, 40 minutes. A lot of things can be done in 40 minutes, but can the first game of the World Championship match be kept under control in 40 minutes? Well, that's the question that Ding will have to answer.
I see that he is not very happy. He's not so comfortable with the position right now. And actually, this is also something very important, the way you play, because the way Gukesh played the last few moves, it was kind of very natural, and it was just kind of easy few moves after bishop g2, right? Because he had this idea in his mind to have this b4 intermediate move playing. And now it's black again who has to make a decision to castle, to play knight b6, to capture on d4. What plan to choose, and it is always something that you can take away time from your opponent. With white, it's clear that his next move is going to be castle.
Yeah, 18 minutes now being spent by Ding, and as he continues this deep thing, so much has been made of the hurdles and obstacles that he has faced on his path to the World Championship title and as a world champion. Let's look at a little video that expands upon some of those obstacles as he moves his knight to b6.
Carlsen. From then on, the chess world knew that Ding was a force to watch. Ding wasn't done impressing, scoring one of the most remarkable achievements in chess history. The Chinese star went on an incredible 100-game undefeated streak between 2017 and 2018, the longest until Carlsen broke it in October 2019. During the time, he entered the world's top 5 chess players and broke the 2800 rating mark. Another impressive achievement came in 2019 when he won the Singfield Cup with an undefeated score, beating Carlsen in a blitz playoff. Ding was the first to beat Carlsen in a tiebreak in 12 years.
Oh my god, he just made him. I'm hyped. I'm on the Ding train.
In 2022, the 32-year-old finished second in the candidates tournament, falling just short of a chance to challenge for the title. However, the reigning champion Magnus Carlsen then stunned the chess world when he announced that he would not defend his title. As a result, Ding would face Jan Nepomniachtchi, the winner of the candidates, in a challenge for the throne. The 2023 World Chess Championship was a thrilling back-and-forth match where Ding only clinched the title after a dramatic rapid playoff, as the 14 classical games ended in a 7-7 tie. That secured him a place in history books as the first male Chinese player to become a world chess champion.
It's over! Ding Liren is the world chess champion! This has been a fight of courage, of grit and determination.
However, life hasn't been easy for the humble grandmaster since winning the title. Ding took a 9-month break from tournaments and later revealed that he had struggled with his mental health. Entering 2024, Ding's form has taken a deep dive. His performance in tournaments has consistently been below expectations, and for the first time in history, a reigning world champion has dropped out of the top 20 in the world rankings.
At some moment, he started like bouncing up and down. He's like shaking, literally shaking, and he definitely doesn't seem like the same person.
He just seems to be off.
Despite his challenges, Ding remains positive and determined.
When I first get the title, I'm very nervous and I have some problems psychologically, but now I feel much better.
His journey continues in Singapore, and his fans will certainly be eager to see him recover his top form and show why he has become one of the greatest forces in the chess world.
And the reigning world champion Ding Liren, his journey has been anything but easy, both to the title. He defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi in a scintillating match, Rook G6, declining a 3-time repetition in the pivotal game, in the pivotal moment that set the entire chess world on notice. But now his struggles as the world champion, most recently in the Olympiad, where his struggles continued, although there were some bright spots. And Judith, I think as the discerning chess fan who looks at Ding's journey, and we see knight b6 played, so a good decision there. It's important to focus on the positives, and I think he had a lot of winning positions in the Olympiad. He has shown signs of the Ding Liren that the chess world has come to know and love. The Ding Liren who crossed 2,800 around 2018 and just displayed such calm, incredible positional play tournament after tournament.
Well, Ding was a player who was definitely a clear candidate to become a world champion. I remember when Magnus was talking about him quite a lot, that he is the person he will be playing with probably at some point. And unfortunately, there was no match between Magnus and Ding, which would have been extremely interesting. And it would have been a fantastic challenge for Magnus, I think also. He wanted to play this match, but somehow at the end it did not happen yet, what we can say. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's quite a disappointing story that after he became a world champion, to see him struggling with his mental health and himself and how to get back on track in every way. And seeing him in Budapest, it was also great to see him. At the same time, it was frustrating for him, and it was heartbreaking for many of his fans to follow that it was so difficult for him. It was also quite surprising and interesting and very unusual, the interviews he gave. I have to tell you that I was extremely surprised when he was giving an interview after the Olympiad in Hungary and said, well, it is clear that Gukesh is the favorite and he's the underdog. Even if you think this way and you have these things crossing your mind, I don't think any world champion said something close to this to show your weakness or or probably he was just very honest and this is what he thought. But it is not helping you to build up your self-confidence, I believe. But let's see if he works it out. I have a positive feeling towards Ding that for this match he's going to play much better than he played in the last year, let's say. And of course it will depend very much on the first few games also. But we know that Ding is capable of getting back from any bad situation, any bad tournament situation, as he did in the candidates, for example, that out of the first 3, I think he lost 2 games or something. And at the end, he just started to play well and he started to score points, most crucial points, and then he became a candidate of Nepo. So we don't know when and how people can get back and what small sparkle or things can bring them back on track.
Absolutely. That's very well said. And Ding, he has not won a classical game in his last 3 classical tournaments, but I had the privilege of commentating the second half of the Olympiad, and it was clear that the bones were there. He had a lot of promising positions. He was winning in one move against Maksudlu. He was crushing Norbek Abdusatorov, and obviously you could see his struggles on full display. He wasn't able to convert. He was winning against Wesley in the Singfield Cup. And the last tournament where he did win a game was the Tata Steel 2024. It wasn't a great result for him. He won 2 games in that tournament. One was against Max Warmerdam, and the second was a sparkling victory with black over Gukesh, who he also defeated with black in the previous year's Tata Steel. So he's got a good record against Gukesh. He's got experience under his belt, and he's a practical guy. He knows what the reality of the situation is, but that doesn't mean he's not going to fight like heck. But of course, Gukesh, at the same time, probably the least experienced player who looks like the most experienced player. Here in the chess world, we take for granted that 18-year-olds show the poise of someone who I wanted to say is twice his age, but probably not even that. You know, he's got the poise of a 50-year-old, but of course the vitality, the motivation, and the drive of his age, which is 18. Really 2 incredible competitors, Jude. It's so many storylines getting written at the same time, every single game, and in the match overall. And that's what makes the World Championship such a magical experience as a chess fan.
Yeah, it's interesting that Ding won 2 games, I believe, against Gukesh previously. This leading 2.5-half. But I don't feel that Gukesh really cares about that. Of course, it's a small plus for Ding that he has a plus score against Gukesh, and he did not lose a game against him. At the same time, I don't think Gukesh cares too much about his previous games, because all these small psychological things can add to the preparation and how you're choosing your opening and what are your feelings and so on. But Gukesh's strongest part, not only in chess, I believe, but also his mental state, his stability. I mean, this was, I think, one of the clearest signs for me when I met Gukesh, seeing him playing. Because actually, I was being the captain in a rapid event when he was playing there, and it was so much pleasure to follow him. Not only his games, but also we had some training sessions online, and he was so determined. He was so hungry for knowledge, for giving him more puzzles and studies and so on. He was appreciating it so much that he's really a very, very unique personality as I follow him. And now we have moves again on the board. Castle, knight c4, which is a very logical follow-up, both of the moves.
Absolutely, and we covered this line just echoing your praise of Gukesh's work ethic. You know, the entire Indian Olympic team, you could see, even in the last match against Slovenia, right? It seemed like a walkover, but they took that match just as seriously as any other match. They worked just as hard, and you know, you don't achieve those kinds of results by accident. And Gukesh is, I think, the spiritual leader, but right now everybody takes a back seat as the fans of these players watch them with bated breath. Bishop drops back to f2. We had this position on our analysis board, Judith, and we kind of stopped here because black has another decision. Short castles is, I think, the likeliest move. Bishop d7 also possible. John Sargent, is it possible to get your take on all of these proceedings as Ding falls below 40 minutes, and this definitely will be a big sub-narrative of this game.
Thank you very much, Danya. I actually had a question for you on that front that relates to the time management, but specifically the choice of opening. We said earlier on in the broadcast, right, that the 3 times the French defense has been played in game number 1, we've had decisive results. Okay, cool. That sounds great. But overall, I've got a fun little stat for us here. The French defense in total throughout the FIDE World Championship history has been played 40 times. But out of that, there have only been 3 black wins. So I'm thinking, well, maybe Ding has something really specific prepared for this match. But at the same time, he's gone so far down on the clock, Danya, that I'm trying to fathom what could possibly have led Ding to make this decision. And I'm honestly drawing a bit of a blank.
Well, at the same time, you have to remember that if you search e4, b6, bishop a6 in the online database, you're going to find that it scores something like 75%. So, sometimes when an opening or a variation scores poorly, it can create a bad taste in your mouth, but it can be due to the ratings of the players, or it can be due to lack of experience. I think for Ding and his team, it's a very concrete decision making. What do you think is going to maximize your chances of success in this particular game? Less important is, how Isidore Gunsberg did in the French against Steinitz in 1890. That is important, and all of these factors must be taken in, and that's why it's so hard to play a World Championship match. Not that I would know.
The mind games here and the decision making, so much going on, but it has led to an electrifying game number one, which is delightful. Folks, while we continue with the action in a few minutes, don't forget during the next break, it's close to Black Friday and we have a 50% off premium memberships after a 7-day free trial available for you folks watching the stream. So that's half off unlimited game reviews, unlimited puzzles, ad-free gameplay, and a whole bunch more as well. So if you fancy checking that out for yourself, go to go.chess.com/Black Friday 24 or use !Black Friday in chat to cash in. We're going to a couple of minutes break now while we go ahead and grab ourselves a top-up of our tea. We'll be back with more from the FIDE World Championship after this.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
James Cantor III here, and we're back with Ding Loren's greatest game on chess.com. Let's dive right in. Of course, we have Chef's House with the white pieces, who is Ding Loren. And with the black pieces, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda going by Polish Fighter 3000. Modern theory so far. Okay, G4 from Chef's House, which is Ding Loren here. This G4 move is very, very, very aggressive. After the G4 move, Bishop B4, we go with exactly what we wanted to do. We want to take on C3. We want to make some things happen. G4 was very aggressive. So what do we play G4 for? Class, raise your hand to play G5, right? Open up this side of the board. In fact, how does this come from a Queen's Gambit, right? Queen's Gambit usually is not this aggressive, but of course you can do any opening aggressively. After G5, Bishop takes C3. Of course, it's a piece for a piece. I take, you take. Right, I take on F6, great move. Bishop takes B2, rook's hanging. Do we take on G7 or do we play rook A to B1, right? Now, what do you think? In fact, pause the video here. Do you take on G7 or do you play rook A to B1? There is now some imbalances here in the game. What do you do with the white pieces? The move here actually is just rook A to B1. You could play F takes G7 as well. Engine like rook A2, which is very strange. Who's going to put the rook on A2? But rook A to B1, and then after bishop to A3, right, now we take on G7. F takes G7, bishop takes H3. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Is this one of the best games ever played? Well, what do you mean? Well, it's right to move. You find the move. What do you do in this position right here? What did Ding Loren do? First brilliant move of 3 in this game. Okay, he played Knight G5, that's the first one. Ooh-wee, it's about to get crazy. Big boy move from a big fella. We want to open up the line for the queen here. Queen H6 in many cases, right? Bishop H7. The knight is attacking H3. That's a shocker. Not expecting that to happen. He's like, you know what, bro? I got to take that. H takes G5, right? After H takes G5, what's the follow-up? You find it, white to move. Okay, the follow-up here is exactly what you thought it was. Queen H5, absolutely, and we live. Hitting H7, getting a piece back. G5 also is hanging. King takes G7. So what do you do in this position? This takes a little bit of calculation, so definitely pause the video. What do you do in this position? He plays queen to h7, which is the best move here. Queen h7. You still can take on h3, right? The king can run back here to f8 in many cases, but you know, you just want him to run out. You definitely want the king to run out, right? So if king f8, I actually, after the king f8 move, I mean, you have many choices here, but you do have bishop takes g5, right, which is a huge one. And then you also have queen h8, which is going to be mating here. It's actually mating 4, by the way, but bishop takes g5. They want you to play queen e1 check, in fact, which is ridiculous because if f6, you have bishop h6 mate there. It's really crazy. So then rook e1 and then knight f6 and something crazy. All the engine stuff to give up all your pieces. Bishop g5 just wins, though, because it cuts off the escape square. And it's also threatening to play bishop h6 if you try to run away with f6 or f5. Pretty nasty. So after queen h7, king f6 happens. King is out in the middle of the street. All right, chat, this is on you.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Hey, sorry guys. Sorry. Yeah, get out of here. Back everyone to Resort World Sentosa for the FIDE World Championship Singapore. This is absolutely fantastic for game #1 of a World Championship game. And Judith, I've got a question for you. We've actually had something come in from social media. Interesting stuff. We had Vichy versus Magnus in 2013, where on socials, and I'm quoting now, Vichy was maybe out of form for a year or so and was purely focused on preparing for a world championship match. Do you see any parallels between that match in 2013 and this one in 2024?
Not too much parallel, as every world championship match is very different, all the way how until the challenger goes up to be the challenger. And I think there the whole world was expecting and very, very excited about Magnus playing against Vichy. I was kind of worried about Vichy when I got to know that it's going to be in his home country, because I know that he has too much pressure in this situation. And of course, Magnus was already extremely good player and he knew about it. I talked to Vichy before and he was a great player. So what is interesting for me that Gukesh was very small when he visited that match himself as a spectator. And I'm pretty sure that he has a lot of inspiration from then. And he's talking and discussing about his experiences of Vichy, what experiences he has, and he's a 5-time world champion, so he has all the things to tell him what to avoid and how to play a world championship match.
Gukesh would have been 7 years old spectating that match, and now, 11 years later, he is sat in the same chair fighting for the world championship title. Folks, we've had a couple more moves played on the board. Let's go ahead and see how this middle game is going to pan out. I'll leave it over to you.
That's just fascinating to observe the changing of the guard and how generations come and go. You know, Steinitz, when he was defeated by Emanuel Lasker in 1894, he turned 58 years old during the World Championship match. It was a contentious match where they were going back and forth. Lasker was a mere 26 years old, and maybe because of the generational difference, they were fighting and snipping. And during one game, the New York Recorder of 1894, states that Lasker claims that Steinitz annoyed him and made him nervous by continued sipping of his lemonade and orange water through straw, and requested a separate board. Obviously a passive-aggressive request. And then Emanuel Lasker was world champion for 27 years. And then he was defeated by a young dude named Jose Raul Capablanca. So the generations change, and we are there to see it all. And right now, Gukesh, he aims to begin a new chapter in the history of chess kings, but Ding Liren stands in his way. Bishop d7 has been played finally. Judith, that French bishop has joined the party.
Yes, indeed. Bishop d7 I like very much because it was about time to develop with that. We were talking about that, right? That the knight will be moving away in order to give space for the bishop. And I think in the last few moves, black got much more active as before. So the last 3 moves, knight b6, knight c4, and playing bishop d7, improved black's position quite a bit. And now we see a very balanced situation, a very interesting middle game. Only one pair of pawns got off from the board. And the structure is very interesting, that white has already pushed g4, which is supporting f5, and it's kind of an attacking move, but we can say also that maybe it can be also positional. For the moment, white is not going to be pushing f5 for sure. White got the safety for his king castled at d4. That has to be checked all the time, going bishop b5. Also, of course, I would not give up the hope for black to play f6 at some point, still breaking up the center, because right now 3 pieces, the c7 queen and the both of the knights are covering that square. So if f6 and something breakup can happen, that can be interesting for black. But I'm expecting black to go safety with his king to short castle in the short near future and keep the balance.
Well, f6 can break up white's pawn structure, but maybe the knights can enter a relationship. I was thinking knight f3 back to d2, but unfortunately black has another outpost that he can sink his teeth into, knight c4 to b2, and that could make f6 even stronger in the future. So it's tempting, I think, for Gukesh to make a what my coach would call a vague move, something like king h1 or queen e2, just breathing a sigh of relief, like, okay, everything's out, we're comfortable, but, that's not the formula of a champion. He might play a move like that, but not before considering, I think, more concrete action, such as knight b5, knight d2, maybe even knight takes c6 needs to be considered. Probably not, that plays into black's hands, but Judith, I think it's important for white now to decide between a slower improving move and, a more direct action.
Well, I'm not sure there is a straightforward, very concrete action white can choose from. I like very much the move you mentioned, queen e2. And the reason is because I'm thinking on more concrete ideas. Like, for example, at some point, I wouldn't mind to go with the bishop to g3 to support the idea of f5 and also prophylactically against f6, maybe. And after queen e2, first of all, there is no tempest like knight b2, but more importantly, the e3 square is covered. And black can take knight takes d4, but I think white...
Your idea?
I don't think about this g5 will work, I'm a big fan of these moves of g5 and g4, but after knight d4, I think knight d4, and whenever g5 is played, then bishop g3 I would be happy with, because everything is under control, I believe, and once everything is protected from white side, it will be very difficult to see where the black king will be find safety.
Even f5 looks very nasty here, and even after a queen trade, when black's center could start to collapse. What else could be suggested here for black? I mean, long castles is always on my radar here. I'm half kidding.
Yeah, I know. I also thought about that, crossed my mind, but I stopped myself sharing it.
Am I kidding? Maybe am I kidding or not?
You're kidding.
Okay, I'm kidding.
After long castle, or I would think, I would love to see something like that, but it's very hard for me to believe that it can be a good move. Long castle, and you want to go king b8 and stabilize. Of course, it's very important that the bishop is defending the b5 square, so I cannot jump to b5 with my knight.
It's not so easy to get to black's king, surprisingly. I mean, with a pawn like this on a3, it is protected. Somehow black has some tempi, and maybe our old friend, h5 or f6, now becomes more serious with the king out of the center.
I would even think about to play rook e1 and f5. And also that I go out from all kind of bishop b5s if I move the knight to b3, let's say.
Yeah, and I can't open Pandora's box just yet. Again, the c6 pawn. You're trained on that pawn with everything you got. Maybe
the question is, after long castle, what is the plan, and how much is safe for black? Of course, d7 bishop is the key element to have if you castle long. And also knight on c4. It has pluses, of course.
And short castle, your plan of bishop g3 and f5 with f6 beckoning doesn't look particularly appealing, at least in my eyes. Like, where is black's counterplay coming from? Because f5 is already a serious threat, right?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, bishop on g3, it stands very promising, preparing this f5 plan.
This pawn can be easily defended, so moves like knight b2 are just one-move threats that can be parried. So, okay. How did we get here? Queen e2 is what we're considering, and then we were looking at knight takes d4.
Yes, I'm not sure knight d4 is the right approach for black immediately. But after queen e2, there are some important squares covered, so that's why I would be happy. I would play queen e2, I think, in this position.
Does look like a nice stabilizing move with a concrete idea, hinting at e5. So it's a good compromise between the sort of two approaches I mentioned. What do you make of knight b5? I mean, with the bishop on d7, it seems to play right into black. I mean, this is partially why he played bishop d7, I assume.
I think after knight b5, black can go, for example, queen b8. I think it can be a good spot, because the b5 knight is not protected. So black is threatening to jump away. To b8 I would go, I think.
To b8.
I don't know why, but somehow b8 is maybe because I want to keep an eye on the e5, and black is threatening to jump away to b4 or capture on e5. For example, if white knight is not moving away, but you're not going to go back, right, to d4. So that's why I think that knight b5 seems to be early at this
stage. That's against Singaporean law. To repeat this early, as you said, repeat this early with white. I mean, I'm looking at various, crazy moves, but what's the impetus for something like that when you've got a comfortable position and you've got your opponent in a difficult time situation? When you force the game, that's the common advice. Play the slower moves, keep forcing Ding to make decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a big question. I was also thinking about going knight b3, which it's not something I like very much, but the idea behind it is that black has somehow too many knights, and maybe to play knight b3 in order to push b5, push away the knight, and then to come back, or to come to d4 with the other knight. So somehow to think that maybe black has too many pieces for very few squares. Because after the knight exchange is done, then somehow black has pretty much space. Not much of a plan, though, but space he has.
Yeah, too many knights, and the way this is going might be some sleepless nights. Pukesh can keep squeezing this advantage. Now, knight d2, by your logic, would kind of absolve black of this superfluous knights problem. At the same time, this knight on c4 is perhaps the pride of black's position. Intuitively, knight d2, knight b2 looked a little bit sketchy to me because it would potentially enable g5. What do you make of this idea in general to try to trade off the c4 knight?
At first, I'm not so inspired by that, to get rid of all the knights. I like knights. At the same time, I understand your logic that you want to get rid of the c4 knight, but with these c4 knights, when there is a weakness like this, there are two things. In one hand, it is something great for black, and it can be very big danger for me to play b4, to give away this square. But on the other hand, the question is, what are you doing there? What can the c4 knight cause any problem to me? Because especially if I move away with the queen, I mean, it's there and it's beautiful, but maybe it's just there and beautiful, but it is not effective. It cannot attack me. The only thing it does, it's kind of that it controls the e5 square, but otherwise it can be not such a useful piece. Like the d4 knight, I think, can be a much more useful outpost for white, putting pressure on e6, sometimes to jump to b5, also support f5. So it's not so clear how much the c4 knight can be supportive of black's position, apart from the fact that it looks great. So that's why with knight d2, I'm not sure I want to get rid of that knight or not. That's
maybe you don't want to horse around. It's a paper tiger in many ways. It's not a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's more like a sheep in wolf's clothing, and vice versa for this knight on f3, as well as white's bishops, which may not look particularly appealing, but can be the engine behind a potential kingside pawn storm. Would you say this is how important is this decision for Gukesh? And okay, he's taken 20 plus minutes now. I think Ding took 27. That's been the longest think of the game earlier on. How much will this dictate the flow of the game?
I think now it's kind of an important moment again for Gukesh, because there are some alternatives, right? To move away with the d4 knight, to play queen e2. I mean, basically this is the two main question for me. But it's also a question where the black king will be moving away. That's also a big question. But now Gukesh will have to come up with his plan. Very straightforward strategy, what he's up to. Because there were a lot of things what have been changed. And we are only at move 16. And there were quite a few occasions when there was a structure change, which is very important, because pawns are not like other pieces that you just go somewhere and if you don't like it, you go back. Pawns are never going back, as we all know. Which means that if you give away weaknesses or you push it to a3, you have to take the consequences of that, and you have to play accordingly to support those ideas. And of course, in the last several moves we had, I mean, we started out with a very close position, then was this exchange of pawns on c5 and d4 in the center, and there is this a3 black pawn and b4 white pawn and c3. It is a very special pawn structure, and it's also a big question how the g4, f4 pawns will perform, how aggressive are they going to be. For now, the big question, I think, for white is really if he has this idea, which is the key idea of this position, to cross the force rank with the f pawn to play f5. How is it possible to manage that, to support that? For example, also like small details, whether some minutes ago you mentioned that king h1. I mean, king h1 is a move when you have the time, it can be something very useful in the long run, so the king is out from the g1, a7 diagonal. So these are the positions when you have to think in long term just as much as short term and calculate.
20 minutes so easily spent. I mean, we've had enough intrigue to last several games, and we haven't even reached Gukesh's birthday, in the years old. It's only move 17. He's 18 years old, and he's already done so much in his chess career as he decides on this very important 17th move. Let's have a quick look at how he became a candidate for the 2024 FIDE World Championship, the pride of India. How did he get to where he is now? Let's take a look.
At just 18 years old, Gukesh is within reach of history as he challenges Ding Liren for the title of World Chess Champion. Born in Chennai, India, Gukesh is one of the most impressive prodigies the chess world has ever seen. He became a grandmaster at the young age of 12 years and 7 months. Had broken the 2700 barrier by the age of 16, he became the youngest ever to break 2750. His rapid rise toward the top has been nothing short of incredible.
An impressive performance that Gukesh is pulling out, beating one of the strongest players in the world.
At the 2024 Candidates Tournament in Toronto, Gukesh entered as an underdog, but soon he proved to be a real contender. After suffering a setback and losing from an excellent position to Fruja in round 7, the young Indian came back strong in the second half of the event by winning 3 games.
What a moment!
There it is. Wow. Gukesh Damaraju, the 17-year-old, he is doing unheard of things.
While leading by half a point ahead of the final round, the job wasn't done. Facing pre-tournament favorite Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces, he needed to at least draw to secure a playoff, while a win would secure a victory. In the end, Gukesh easily held the draw, and when Caruana couldn't convert a winning position against Nepomniachtchi, the Indian super talent prevailed.
Official congratulations to Gukesh, the youngest player to win the candidates and to compete for a world championship title.
Since winning the candidates, the Indian teenager has continued to impress, climbing to the top 5 in the world rankings. Now, with the chess world watching, Gukesh stands on the brink of history. If he wins, he will make history as the youngest ever undisputed world chess champion and inspire a whole new generation of chess enthusiasts.
I'm very excited to play the World Championship and really looking forward to all the preparations and being there.
Gukesh Damaraju, we sing his praises so often, but that's because he deserves it. He is the youngest player ever to pass 2750, and of course he has continued the storied tradition, not just of chess in India, but of the state of Tamil Nadu, which has produced so many shining stars, most prominently Vishy Anand. And even before Vishy, it wasn't the case that there was nothing and then there was Anand. The first Indian international master, Manuel Aaron, who was Anand's early mentor, is also from the state of Tamil Nadu. So Gukesh, definitely just in many ways the beginning of what is bound to be a chess career for the ages, and a defining moment of that chess career as he faces some very stalwart opposition in the current world champion, the Chinese grandmaster Ding Liren. Judith, you've watched so many generations of chess. You've watched so many world championship matches. What do you make of this moment and of Gukesh's career as it currently sits?
Ooh, his career is just it's just going higher and higher and higher. I've also been very fortunate to commentate the Chess Olympiad in 2022, where he was going to the next level, absolutely, where he started out 8 out of 8 with the B team of India, that was the teenage team. And it was so incredible to follow his development, the way he creates his opportunities, the way he sits at the board, the way he finishes the game, even when he blunders. That was, of course, very shocking for him, but how he integrates his loss even into his preparation and the learning process, how much he can value the opportunity what he has. And it was quite amazing when he said that he lost a game at the candidates tournament, and that it was a wake-up call. It was kind of turn things positive. So I think his approach to chess and the way he thinks about the game itself, the pleasure he has about the game, the opportunities he's taking, not as a burden, not as a pressure, but much more as an opportunity. I think this is an exemplary approach. And I think the next generation should be very much, there are a lot of things to be learned from him. And also the way, for example, the personality he has, the interviews he gives. He's so wise and smart and very humble. So he's a very, very special person, I think, for the chess world. Mm-hmm. Of course, I've seen Magnus Carlsen becoming great. I remember when he was 13 and his coach at the time, Agdestein, I was playing in a tournament, in a rapid tournament in Spain, and Magnus was playing in the open group or something, and we were watching together some blitzing moments of the big group, and then Agdestein came to me and whispered my ear that, Magnus Carlsen, remember this name. because you will hear from him more. And of course, Magnus was incredible to see him crossing his different titles and approach for chess. But I think it's very different from Gukesh. From Gukesh, we hear much more, and his game is very practical. And I mean, he's even reaching these very special steps in his career even earlier.
Mm-hmm. I echo every sentiment that was well said, and he's now about to cross the 30-minute mark, still thinking about his move. You can tell, even with an untrained eye, just observing his behavior, his humility and composure. It's not an act. It's not done to, for clicks or for clout. This is someone with a single-minded focus. He wants to win the next chess game. He wants to get better at this game, and obviously he wants the world title. And in many ways, the credit belongs not just to his parents, but to R.B. Ramesh, also from Chennai, his longtime mentor and sort of thought leader and patron saint in many ways of a lot of the young Indian talents. I had the privilege of training with Ramesh. He's come to Charlotte, and you can quickly tell that a lot of similarities in terms of the personality traits and the dedication and where it comes from in Gukesh's case. Well, he's dedicated to making a decision here, a thought-out decision, but the time situation is starting to slowly but surely equalize. Only a 15-minute advantage now on the clock. And Judith, if he plays Queen E2, I think a lot of people will say, well, why did he take 30 minutes on a fairly natural move? But obviously we have to remember that what remains behind the scenes of chess thinking is often unspeakably complicated. He might be calculating F5 for 10 minutes, and we will never know about it.
Yes, it's very interesting in chess what happens in the player's mind when they take so much time in making a decision, and sometimes after they make the move, it seems like, really, why did you think so much? It was the most obvious move. And it is the case that sometimes you start feeling it, that, and maybe probably it seems like for Gukesh is the first moment where he feels that, okay, this is what we have, this is what we got out of the opening, and now I have to understand the structure very well. I have to understand my strategy. Really, where do I play? Do I play for F5? Do I improve my pieces first? Where and how my pieces should be located in order to have the best placement. And also he had this feeling, of course, for a long time up to this point, that I have a huge time advantage, so I can spend my time thinking because I'm still much ahead in time. And it happens sometimes when it seems like this is the easiest moment of the game, you actually spend the most time. At the same time, I have to say that there are very few occasions when you spend more than half an hour on one position and you're going to be making the best move. Because also some of the things very typical. Okay, you start calculating knight b5, going queen b8. So what should I do? Should I play for f5 or go queen e2 after that? Okay, but then knight queen jumps. Okay, knight b5 is not good. Then I say queen e2, that's the most natural move, okay, that I can play anytime, right? So let's see something else. Do I have something else? Is there something concrete? Should I take maybe knight c6 because it's forcing matters? And then after knight c6, if bishop c6, I just put my bishop on d4. I'm completely ready to play f5. Black has no counter chances. Only after that I go queen e2, rook e1. I have a fantastic position. After knight c6, well, maybe not bishop c6, which I'm happy with, but black goes b takes c6. So then again, the pawn structure is changing. Then I cannot play bishop d4 so comfortably because of c5, break. Then bc, bishop c5, no big deal, but then rook b8, rook b2 can come. So okay, let's go back to queen e2, and we can go back and forth like calculating lines. And then also you think, okay, I'm very happy with my position, but I should still find the best move, right? Okay, I spent 15 minutes, then another 5 minutes passed. And then we can spend the time very easily without making big progress, or contrary, he is really calculating all these things. And eventually he plays queen e2.
He plays queen e2, and the more I looked at it, I thought f5. Well, it will remain forever behind the scenes, but definitely something to calculate. Might be time to share the story I share every tournament now that Mikhail Tal shared about Bronstein. But first, I think we need to take stock here. 48 minutes on his clock, so he maintains a 12-minute time advantage. And having gone around the world several times, having considered stuff on both flanks, Judith, good old Queen E2. And a good decision.
Yes, but if he would have played Queen E2 instantly, which obviously I think it was his first intention, then he could still it bother his head that, come on, you had the time, you have a great advantage of time, so think if this is really the best move. So he could afford spending that time, and he got familiar with the new structure, and it does not go for complete waste of time at all, because he was in the position and calculating and understanding the position better.
Indeed, and this is why it's good to be up on time, because you can use it. And Ding instantly plays knight takes d4, which we considered. Now Gukesh, once he returns to his seat, will likely grab on d4, and as he returns to his seat, Tal shared a story in an interview of a game where he needed to draw Bronstein in order to gain a GM norm. And the game was uneventful, they were trading all their pieces, and in a dead-drawn endgame, Tal offers Bronstein a draw, and Bronstein starts to think. And he thinks for 5 minutes, or sorry, it was Ratmir Holmov, not Bronstein, and Holmov starts to think, and he thinks for 5 minutes. Tal says that he starts getting concerned. Why isn't he taking the draw? He thinks for 10 minutes. Tal says, okay, I clearly missed something that Holmov is calculating. And after 15 minutes, Tal says that he was thinking of resigning because, well, it was so obvious to him that he had made an egregious blunder. And then Holmov extended his hand and took the draw. And Tal says, Ratmir, what were you thinking about? Holmov says, I was thinking about how to beat Bronstein tomorrow. But Holmov also needed a win in order to get a GM norm. So you never know, as a commentator, as a fan, exactly what's being calculated, what's happening under the hood. But I don't think we're going to see a 30-minute think on Gukesh recapturing the knight with his knight.
Well, yeah, the most natural capture is to take with the knight, right? To control the b5 square and also support f5 and have the bishop on g3, and it seems like everybody is in the right place. Yeah, I don't think also there will be much of a thinking time for Gukesh on this. But this was kind of this was maybe a smart thing by Ding to play instantly when Gukesh left, because this way he's gaining some time. And of course, while Gukesh was thinking on Queen E2, as we've seen, Ding was sitting at the board and he was busy calculating and discovering the things, how the position is. So that is why he could also make his move instant. Also, probably he must be a little bit worried or pay attention very carefully on his time by now, because we did not reach even 20. It seems kind of far away, and they have no bonus time, which is also very important, I think, to talk about, because they get bonus seconds only from move 41, which can change the game, because when, let's say, Ding goes down to 1 minute for 10 moves, it means 1 minute. There is no bonus time after every move, like in most of the tournaments. And this can make a big difference. I remember when I played in Linares back, when was it, 2001 maybe earlier, maybe the 97 when I played. And the time controls were still that no bonus time. And I remember Ivanchuk had some huge time troubles. And in one of the games, he just lost some time. So it can happen. It can happen with the best ones also, that you spend all your time.
It happened to Ding. And then were you commentating alongside me when he froze against Nepo? And it was lost on the board, but at some point he physically could not make... I mean, I was freaking out. There was a point where he physically can't make the allotted number of moves without increment.
Yeah. So time is a very important question, and time management for a chess player is a very big thing. So not to spend too much time. There are a lot of components of that, not to spend too much time. And also sometimes maybe Ding now understands the position. He feels very comfortable and plays it. Aronian was one of the player I remember. He was spending some time in the opening, and then sometimes he just played on very quickly because he understood the position, he felt comfortable, he knew the plans, and then it was straightforward to him.
How sure are we that Gukesh will recapture with a knight? And again, to be clear, he's not at the board right now. He might play it instantly, but just I was asking myself, bishop takes d4 to accelerate the pace of f5. Is that an option he'll explore, in your opinion? Or does allowing bishop b5 make no sense?
I'm not sure. Bishop d4 I'm observing continuously while this black knight is still on d4. Because in one hand, f5 is not a threat immediately, really. Because bishop on d4, black bishop on d7 covers the f5 opportunity. At the same time, the bishop on d4 is very stable. And white can move away with the even after bishop b5, like the white queen can move away just to f2, and
there's also no threat, by the way. Right, bishop b5 doesn't carry a discovered attack threat.
Yeah.
So I could potentially play f5.
True. Yeah. So bishop b5 is not really the move, but bishop d4 slows down the plan of f5. This is the only problem I have with bishop d4. But it's it also something that is nice. The only thing is that it's hard not to take it back instantly with the knight.
Especially after spending a couple minutes away from the board and the time situation starting to equalize, you feel that additional impulse. Even CD is not entirely out of the question. You brought this up in a totally different position. It's on the radar for sure.
I don't think he will spend too much time on c takes d4. After all, I take on b4. And we have knight
There we
d4.
go.
Wow.
Great
Question
call.
mark.
What? Well, the eval bar did not actually... can I remove this? Can we strike this from the record? I refuse to submit myself to the slings and arrows of the computer's assessments. This is what anybody would play. And folks, if you're not influenced by the question mark, but you still want to vote on the outcome of the game, you can write Gukesh W or Ding W in the chat, and we are collecting the vote. So even as the game goes on, you can type in who you think is going to win and who will reach the B2 square with the black knight first. That answer is Ding Liren. Knight B2 is on the board. Judith, the c4 knight was not under attack. It goes there voluntarily.
No, actually, it's very
What a move.
interesting. And I'm very happy for Ding that he started to play very fast. This was a turning point in time-wise. That Gukesh started to think on queen e2. He went to the bathroom. Ding took the opportunity, snapped immediately on d4. So now the time is kind of balancing out, which is a surprise, kind of, after the first 14, 15 moves. Knight b2, I think, has two ideas. First of all, now the c3 pawn is hanging. So maybe after all, bishop d4 was something to consider, but you can't have all the time spent in every move. And the other interesting idea, I think, that black, if let's say white cannot go rook a to c1 because queen c4, and white is forced to exchange the queen, I think, because the a2 is hanging. Unless white and also knight d3 is possible. So queen c4 is something that Ding has in mind, I think. If rook fc1, first of all, you move away your rook from the very important f file. So it is not something I want to do. I would go queen c4 with black, and if you move away with the queen, then even sometimes queen d3 is possible. Somehow to chase the queen. If I really want to exchange, what would you do? Because if bishop e3, then knight c4 back.
Knight d3 runs into bishop f1, but you're absolutely right. Look at the use of these light squares. Seemingly such a narrow space, but, you know, it's like buildings constructed in Manhattan. It's like, where do they get the space? And yet the queen and the knight are able to shake off white's entire army here. What a move by Ding, creating this vacant space on c4. Queen c4 is a positional threat, dare I say. Judith, I think we can almost call it that, which might necessitate something more drastic by Gukesh, such as, I don't know, knight b5 and knight d6, which I would be considering here as a positional pawn sacrifice.
I would also think just to go f5.
Ooh. f5, sacking c3, and then knight b5 perhaps if I take it. But then I can play bishop takes b5 now and queen c6.
Yeah, the big question whether white can avoid all kind of queen exchange like queen d3 and stuff.
And the same problem I will quickly add is attached to knight b5. This is a big, nice looking move, but black can just take, block with the queen, and again you're in big positional trouble. You kind of have to trade queens or risk losing the c3 pawn, and Gukesh has already responded with queen e3, trying to sidestep precisely the problem that you so correctly highlighted, Judith, with queen to c4, but feels like white's queen set is a little bit shaky.
Well, now it's kind of interesting. First of all, black can go back to c4, and if queen moves away to g3 or h3, then knight d2 might be something that maybe bothers. But let's say, what happens if queen c? Black is really going for queen d3 option.
Okay. Give it a shot. Also g5. I'm a broken record. I keep trying to make that move work, but you're probably correct to focus on the queen side. So you want to go queen d3.
I'm afraid for black, if black goes g5, which you know that it's my weak spot, white can go bishop g3. White can go bishop g3 just ignoring it, and then the f file is open up. What are you going?
The different paths that the white queen can take. And I'm not quite seeing anything that... Maybe f5, queen d3, queen f4. Ah, maybe like this. Rook c8 has been played in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
So not queen c4. Doesn't mean he won't play it. But he tries to throw in this move to hit the pawn. And if Gukesh has to make a passive response, then rook c8's a win. But something tells me, Judith, something tells me that f5 collapses. I'm overexcited here. So do you vote for a move like rook ac1? Do the adults in the room prevail over the whimsical ideas?
Rook ac1, queen c4, you just want to go f5, not to think about anything. Just go for it.
Yeah, and here you have a lot more time, because if black goes after the a2 pawn, feels like that's out of the question.
You know, I can think of queen d3, queen f4. Can black go g5?
g5, yes.
What else, right? g5 takes queen g6.
And you, two different threats, bishop g5 and knight d3. And it's amazing how quickly white plays f5 and his position just like, it turns into dust. And Gukesh's time advantage in the meantime has turned into dust as well. I do want to bring our co-host, John Sargent, in. John, as the position heats up, we finally have surpassed Gukesh's age in terms of the number of moves. Be still my beating heart. What is going on here?
This is really exciting because to the casual observer, the first thing you're looking at half an hour ago was the absolutely incredible time discrepancy between the two players. And now it feels like that's evening out quite a lot. We're not necessarily seeing the same squeeze that we thought we were going to see. And it's really important because the players don't actually get any increment added to their clock until after the time control, move 41, which still feels so far away. Judith, I want to ask you a question about the psychology here, and it's not about clock management actually, but about momentum. We were doing a little bit of digging into the statistics, and we were taking a look at the winners of World Championship matches. And the winner lost game number 1 8 out of 47 times. So if you want to skew that into a wonderful sensationalist headline, you could say that there's an 83% chance that if Gukesh wins this game, he wins the World Championship. Stats-wise, how important is winning the first game and gaining momentum?
Well, winning game 1 is generally a very, very good thing, especially if you win in a good style. that you show that you were not lucky. You really proved that you made a better preparation. You played well. You made great calculations and so on. So that's a huge, huge thing. After that, if you can stay stable, then there is a great chance, of course, that you can win. But it's not the end of the world at the same time. We've seen Napo having a few times a lead, and he couldn't make it all the way, because the tournament or a match like this can be very, very long. 14 games is a lot of games. So there are a lot of tension, and if, of course, you mentally can stay extremely stable, that is the key thing. But first of all, we are very far away from having a victory for Gukesh, and even if he's going to win the match, it's not going to be easy at all. But I really like the last few moves, what has happened here, because it's so interesting to follow the depths, what's going on between moves, and what the time management he was doing, and then now he's just speed up. And actually, things are going quite out of control for the last few moves. I think this a lot of things are happening what is we did not expect in the few moves before, and a lot of new ideas.
AC1 Queen C4.
Exactly.
You called it.
So a lot of new ideas come here.
Yeah, and a lot of momentum shift going on as well. It's going to be very interesting to see how this game develops as we get closer and closer to the time control. You're watching the FIDE World Championship in Singapore, of course, and this will bleed into December, but it's not the only event that you can be watching towards the end of the year. The Champions Chess Tour Finals will be live, and you'll get to go there in person, where we've got 8 of chess's greatest titans, including Magnus, Ali Reza, and MVL. They will be in Oslo, Norway, from the 17th to the 21st of December, and you're invited into the room. So you've got the high stakes, the high caliber action, but you can also, with your ticket, get stuff like hand and brain matches, simuls, photo opportunities with the players, and a whole bunch more. If you're interested in attending a top live chess event, in addition to this wonderful World Championship match that we're watching right now, use !CCT finals in chat and go to go.chess.com/CCT finals 24 to secure your tickets now. We're going to go to a brief break while we continue to look for F5 and G5 relentlessly on the board. When we come back, it might be there. See you in a sec.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Okay, welcome to the big show. Guys, who do you think is going to win the World Championship match? On the count of 3, you have to say the name. 1, 2, 3.
Ding!
Wow. Wow. Okay, well now we have some content.
We bonded.
Who wants to explain themselves first?
No, it was like just to say something which is not expected.
Yes, but we both thought the same without agreeing on that, which is remarkable.
Well, I would love the conversation to happen about that, because I actually think Gukesh is going to win.
No, I know. No. We both also think Gukesh is going to win.
But just for you, we did
for you, yeah.
We both thought.
We both thought the same.
Yes.
It'll look.
It's obvious that it's
Gukesh.
That we're going to say
Ding. Yeah.
You guys are fascinating. Okay, so explain. Why is it obvious that it's Gukesh?
Well, obviously with the recent form and like not already before Olympiad the trend was that way, but after Olympiad it got even much more so. Gukesh like won the gold on board one, such an amazing performance, amazing games, and Ding struggled so much also. I mean, the games he had were so rough.
I mean, it's just very obvious, yeah. I mean, there's nothing much more to add. Like Ding has been struggling so much. It's a pity that he hasn't found like even the glimpse of his earlier self.
Yeah.
So that's the worrying part. Like at least if there was some tournament where he was showing some spark, like the old Ding, it would inspire some confidence. But I didn't see it since he has become world champion, which is a pity.
Have either of you guys talked with Ding Liren since this? What I don't even know how to evaluate what these last couple of years have been. Right? Obviously, they've been very tough for him.
Well, the things I haven't talked to him much before that either. I mean, it's not just the language barrier, but also I guess it's quite close. We also not too close. We're competitors at the time as well, and it would be strange to start talking now. You know, let's say if somebody I knew well was going through this, I would have definitely tried to talk or consider that much more. But with Ding, I never talked to him before, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we barely just exchanged some pleasantries. He's a very soft-spoken, doesn't speak much.
Yeah.
Person, so hard to know what's really going on.
All right, chat, we did it. We willed F5 into existence. There's a lot to talk about in the next half hour, 45 minutes. We're back live with the 2024 FIDE World Championship from Sentosa, Singapore. And Danya, quick one before we get into the position. The time is looking not just equal. Ding Liren is now up on the clock. The position is beginning to look a lot more dangerous. This feels like one of those momentum shift kind of moments.
The serpentine twists and turns of this game, and we might not have even hit the biggest twist, but 4 moves. 4 moves is what separates, we thought, a big-time advantage, comfortable middle game, a space advantage, clear plan of action on the king side, and Gukesh has played f5, but the sick irony is he's done so under duress, and the move has not had the desired effect. Ding instantly responded with queen d3. We had this position before the break, and Judith, you very quickly spotted the crucial resource. If Gukesh declines the queen trade, which is the only way to keep his kingside attacking chances going, g5, our old friend, might finally make an appearance, and the black queen will trampoline its way back to the kingside, and white's pieces will suffer greatly under the weight of a million threats. A weak pawn, a fork, the bishop on e7 might join the action. Gukesh might need to acquiesce to a queen trade, but Judith, with the weakness, the glaring weakness of this pawn, that's a really, really bad sign. He's 5 minutes down on the clock as well.
Well. At this point, we can say that it's not only exciting, but it's kind of, we can maybe say it's a turning point for this game. The last few moves from bishop d7, starting from bishop d7, I must say, or knight b6, the best moves are made by Ding, I believe. Regrouping he was a passive player. He was just had all his pieces on the 8th and the 7th rank and only c6 on the 6th. Knight on c6, and then he started to play this knight b6, knight c4, bishop d7, exchanging on d4, playing rook c8, knight b2, queen c4. So he's just entering so powerful way into the white camp, and it's so important for Ding to be able to do this. And also he played in a fast way.
Whoa! Allowing bishop g5 in one fell swoop, and the blue arrow. Ooh. It appears, and it appears only when a move changes the course of the game. Oh my god, Judith. Bishop g5 threatens not only the rook, but bishop d2. Gukesh must have anticipated this.
But
what is his idea? Bishop h4, maybe. No, that makes no sense. Black has a million moves there. Bishop d2 even. Oh my gosh. What is going on here? Bishop g5.
Rook c2, maybe?
Rook c2, bishop a4.
And then the e6 pawn is hanging.
So let's dive in.
Ooh.
It must be rook c2, Judith. I actually forgot that he even has this square. Should I try bishop a4? That's not the move. Maybe white has fe immediately, as you said.
Yes, of course. Of course, with black, I'm not too happy to leave the e6 pawn undefended, even if I take a rook in return. That can be kind of shaky. But
does black have to hurry here, I guess, is a big question. Like, can black castle, or is there something very concrete like h5, some move that shatters white's bastion here?
Well, actually, even just a simple move like queen c4 and then regroup it with knight d3, or the other idea is to go knight a4. What do you think about that, capturing the c3 pawn?
That is a big prize. Knight a4, threatening the pawn. Definitely a valid option, and white might try h4, but is that anything else than just a superficial one-move threat? Where do you go with the bishop?
Can I go back to e7?
Maybe then I can play f6 and just
and look how fast Ding is playing, like he's taking over. Look at him in time, and also the body language. Do I only feel that? Somehow I feel that Ding starts to have this self-confidence. I know what's going on. But after rook c2, oh no. Like he's really taking over. Like, he likes his position, finally.
I love your proposal, queen c4, and you pointed this out earlier. That queen just bobbing for apples, right? Goes back to d3 and swings back to c4. And that act of vacating a square, right? He did this with knight b2, opening up c4. And now he uses c4 as the base of operations and vacates d3. If, of course, he responds to rook c2 with queen c4, Gukesh, surely he saw bishop g5, and rook c2 seems to be the only move.
And it's also kind of, the queen on e1, I don't like it at all. It's somehow too crowded there. Queen on e1, rook on f1, bishop on f2. And this d3 square is a key weakness for white right now. Whether it's the queen or queen moves back and then replacing it with the knight, but it's there. Mm-hmm. It's there, and it's causing problems because sometimes even just queen c4, knight d3, capturing, exchanging the f2 bishop can cause trouble because the g5 bishop can be very powerful on the black diagonal. Also, the c3 pawn is a big weakness. I don't know if there is anything else than rook c2.
I was flirting briefly with something like bishop h4, but black still has castling rights, so that's none of the exchange sacks look remotely appealing. Let me ask you this, Judith. Go
Sorry, just reflecting on bishop h4. Queen e3 is the simplest. Exchanging the queens and taking the exchange.
Oh, gosh. Bishop d2 has the same effect, forcing the queen trade. Could he be looking at something more desperate? Like bishop takes d5 and e6? What if... Actually, wait a second. Fe, bishop d5? Or should I keep that for bullet games only? Rook c2 played. Yes. Gukesh, answer that question. I was going to ask about short castles here, and the blue arrow does indicate the power of that simple move. But instead, Ding, Speaking of bullet, rook to c4 played.
Threatening rook d4.
Rook
Very
takes
simple.
d4. How much of a threat is it? Because white has rook takes b2 in return, but then the rook travels and knocks out the g4 pawn. So it is a huge threat. Queen
Very
b1.
nice move. Very nice move.
With threaten.
Very
Queen
powerful.
b1 with threaten, rook takes b2. Ding has to be careful about that, but rook takes c3 becomes possible.
I mean, look how much the black pieces are taking over.
Unreal. Space advantage. Who's got the space advantage? Time advantage? Who's got the time advantage?
There is a shift indeed.
Wow. What does white do? Rook e2 gives up c3. So does queen b1.
Well, after queen b1, also knight to a4 is interesting.
Uh-huh. Because I was going to propose, if rook takes c3, I was going to try to carry out my idea of bishop takes d5 and eventually get the queen involved through f5.
But can't I go after bishop d5, bishop e3?
You're relentless. Knight e6? Maybe you can play ed e6 short castles and rook f2?
It looks not good. This is what I can tell you. I mean, we are passive. We're not. I mean, the f2 bishop is like, I can't say that it's the sharpest attacker I've ever seen.
No, I'm not doing this to look. I don't look, nor do I feel cool.
I can play bishop a4. Can't I go bishop a4 simply? You go queen f5 finally, and you have attack.
But here I think I have an attack.
No, but what you said, castle and rook f2, castles, I think, yeah.
But castles, ed, rook f2. Wow, white is better according to the eval bar. Maybe some queen f5 is nasty. Takes, yeah. Takes
d7 pawn is not fun to see.
Reminds me of a combination you had against Kamsky in the Sicilian theme tournament.
Oh, that was great.
There was also a situation like this.
Yeah, but here I think black cannot afford to allow another queen for white.
So where does that leave us? Let's take stock just for people just joining. Gukesh seemed to have a nice position going into the middle game, a big time advantage. The situation has flipped entirely. He is in huge trouble objectively. He's facing the threat of rook takes d4, and we have been studying the move queen b1. Is that his only defensive resource? Queen e2, also possible, of course. Oh no, but even queen takes e2.
You're losing a pawn after queen e2. Takes and the g4 is hanging, or the c3, depending which piece you're taking with, capturing back.
Ay. And bishop a4 is always knocking on the door.
Ah, bishop, yeah.
But not immediately, because of rook takes b2.
Rook c4, what a powerful move. Instantly played.
He pre-moved that. I mean, it was, and it wasn't on my radar at all. I thought that square was reserved for the queen.
I'm pretty sure that rook c4 was blundered by Gukesh.
Can he throw an h4? And if he does, where does the bishop? Does black even move the bishop?
Bishop f4. Bishop f4.
Even bishop takes h4 should be calculated. And bishop h4, rook d4, but you're right, bishop f4 is a perfectly fine square. Unreal.
How comfortable Ding is. Look at him.
Who needs their king side anyway? And who needs to castle? Lean back. Gukesh is now the one trying to wheel his way out of this stranglehold that he's found himself in. All of a sudden, Judah, under 20 minutes with no increment now, but that's no longer the most important factor.
It's difficult to keep Gukesh himself quiet and calm when time is ticking, going down in time, 10 minutes already behind. And then he plays with white the first game, and it's the first game, which has a double
Oh, look at that
double.
chair.
Yeah.
That's because of his leg, right? That's the ultimate sign of nervousness, is the motion of the leg is causing the chair to shake. Gukesh, he needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat. And I'm still catching my breath, Judith. I'm looking at this, and he must be thinking, how? Where did this come from? Literally.
Yeah. That moment from Queen E2, that was the moment where things started to go unexpectedly for Gukesh.
Queen B1? Is that going to be his recourse here? His attempt to fight back?
We see Gukesh trying to calm himself down and try to understand what he has to handle right now.
He might be lost objectively. Eval bar, obviously we see it, does not carry any good news for him. But Queen B1, at the very least, Judith, there's still work to be done. And as long as Black's King is in the center, there's some tactical potential, and Ding should slow down on the next move regardless of what Gukesh plays.
Actually, after Queen B1, I think Bishop A4, maybe it's also very possible to play, you know.
And if FE?
I thought you want to play Rook B2.
Oh yeah, no, I forgot about Rook B2.
But maybe F is better, because after Rook B2, I was thinking to play Queen C3.
But then Rook B3 maybe?
Takes.
Knight takes?
And then Rook G4, what I had in mind.
I'm still in like a bit of a chokehold. Queen D1, Queen D1, Queen H3, Bishop G3. Wow, Rook G3, Jesus.
But it's already Ding who can choose from different options. What is the best? But not much of an option. After Queen B1, basically it's Rook C3, Bishop A4. These two options, right?
H4 has been played. Bishop F4 instant, and Ding. And we saw the blue arrow there briefly appear. You called it, Judith. That bishop may look vulnerable, but White's bishop is hemmed in by its own forces. So there's no discovery even to speak of just yet.
What a powerful play by Ding. The last, what, 8 moves or something?
Starting with, I would say,
Bishop D7.
17.
Yeah.
Bishop D7 set it all up, right? That was
Yes.
the final setup move.
Yeah.
And from that point on, it was a tiger sensing the moment to jump out of the cage.
Absolutely.
What now? Does Gukesh have additional resources that he's gained from the last move, or does he play Queen B1, resorting to the defensive idea we covered previously? Queen E2 actually now has to be considered again.
But the E5 pawn will be hanging already.
Another weakness and another headache. It's like every move he makes creates new problems for him. "15 minutes on the clock, no increment until the time control is made on move 40.
I don't think
It's less than a minute per move.
I'm not sure H4 was a benefit for White side.
If only King H1 was played, then he'd have Bishop G1 here.
Finally,
Queen B1. Huge moment for Ding right now.
Well, I think Rook C3 kind of maybe not the best, so White has some good counter chances. What do you think that White can go Rook C3, Queen C3, Knight E2, maybe giving up the pawn on E5, but at least to capture the bishop pair?
By the way, Judith, now my idea of Bishop D5 is out of the question, but your New idea of knight e2 must be what he's thinking. Get the dark squares, right?
We are just getting one pawn after another in the air. It's gone.
What if I try... At least I got a bishop to c5. Congratulations, you're down 4 pawns. What's your response?
Oh, I take the g4 pawn.
Sheikh, would you share your lunch with me? I haven't eaten yet. Jesus, like, come on. I'm going to take that one too.
And look at this b2 knight. It's incredible how paralyzing it can be for the queen.
Let me try some bullet tricks. Okay, I'll start by taking. And fe queen h7. How's that? Try that emphasized. Boom.
Wow.
And queen g2. What? Oh no, queen g2, bishop c6 is not a check. Ah.
No, here queen d4 only move. Oh. Of course.
Are
queen
you
h1,
kidding?
queen g4, queen h4.
So first of all, let me show for newer players. Deflection. Well, first of all, rook h7, rook f8 mate. So black deflects the bishop from c5 in order to be winning in the endgame because you're simply up 2 pawns. So white says, no, no, no. You don't play queen takes c5 because queen takes h8 is a check, but instead you did queen h4. Unbelievable, what a variation.
Yeah, and after takes, king g1, bishop moves away from d7. Or rook h8.
Or rook h8.
Yeah.
I got excited because I thought bishop d7 to c6 was a check, but you've got too many extra pawns.
Yeah. But beautiful move, queen h7.
Yeah, but you had the last laugh there. Black could also avoid this with bishop e6. Yeah, sadly.
But let's see, after queen b1, what else black has? Is it rook c3 the only option?
I think not. You're fine, Judah, really quickly if queen d4 check reminded me of the old anecdote about Alekhine giving a simul. He was playing an amateur, and the amateur made a move and says, Dr. Alekhine, I announce mate in 3. Alekhine says, congratulations, but I announce mate in 2. His next move.
I didn't know that one.
Well, to answer your question, bishop a4, rook b2 seems not very enticing. Not very enticing.
Well, even that maybe is possible. Well, yeah, maybe it's possible. Bishop a4, rook b2, queen c3, which we discussed without h4 and bishop f4.
I'm in awe of your queen d4 find and that line in general. It's really beautiful. Yeah. I think it might be the only move, actually. I was prepared to answer no to your question, but I can't find another move.
So rook c3 is the move, right?
I'm exploring, but rook b2 is a very compelling threat. What else can black do against it? That's a good situation. You're forced to play the right move.
But probably Ding will spend some time here because he will has to calculate all the way, right? So maybe you don't see another move or you're not aware of it, but still you want to calculate what is happening after rook c3, queen c3, knight e2 or whatever, if you're blundering anything, because there's a psychology of it. Now suddenly he is ahead of time, nearly 10 minutes still, 8 minutes. So he knows that this is a crucial moment. He can't play so fast necessarily, though it's a good sign for him if he plays very fast.
Yeah, I mean, of course, in the Olympiad, he had trouble handling his nerves in critical moments in winning positions against Noterbeck. He spoiled a winning position with lots of time on his clock. Against Maksudlu, it was a time scramble, but right here, thus far, he's done everything right. He's played fast, confidently, and now, when the calculation needs to be done, he's slowed down at exactly the right moment. But to echo your point, that position after white plays knight e2 is scary. You have to allow a discovered attack against the black queen. You have to make sure the king is safe in the center. So this is not something you can waltz into willy-nilly.
You can see how nervous Ding is right now, suddenly after queen b1.
What about bishop e3?
Rook b2.
Queen c3.
Ah. Oh.
Knight b. Knight e. Knight to a square.
But check on f2 first. Ah. No,
So
there
we're
is
looking
no good square for the knight.
Yeah, too many hanging pieces, but rook b2 obviously not forced. Black, maybe white can start with knight e6 and then play rook b2.
I can't believe that. Knight e6, I go rook g4.
Oh my gosh.
Rook b2.
This position
yeah,
is too simple. I only analyze complicated positions. Rook b2 good. Queen.
Yeah.
I was going to propose queen h3, but then I read the rules of chess. Do we have enough hanging pieces? Do we need a few more?
Well, there is a simplification of queen b1, bishop f2, and f takes e6.
And then I play f6. I feel like there white has a little bit of promise. What about bishop b? No, just kidding. Okay, rook c3 played. Thank God. Ding saves us from the headache of that position. And we're going to follow this line, Judith. I think you called it, this must be Gukesh's idea. To eliminate the bishop and hope for something, hope for a tactical miracle.
That should be the idea behind playing, including h4, bishop f4, right? So to play takes a knight e2. Interesting that the white queen, how passive it became during the course of the last few moves.
Well, his idea was, of course, to aim at the h7 pawn. But what a crafty defensive idea by Gukesh. Got to take a moment here to shout h4, understanding that this bishop has this hidden drawback of being subject to a retreating knight move, but it just might not be enough fuel. It might not be enough attacking firepower against Black's 3 extra pawns. He's thinking. He's not moving instantly, Gukesh. What's catching his eye? Maybe including Fe in this position, Judith, is something that he's thinking about and trying to... Because if Fe, we actually then might go down the line. So maybe that's in his sort of calculus here.
Yeah, I'm also trying to get there, how to look for counter chances for white. Because the thing is, it seems like not enough for white for compensation.
Imagine if we get that position on the board. How crazy that would be. Rook c3 played.
Well, by move 40 we will know what is going to be, I think, this game. There is a very good chance for that.
We
Because
aren't even...
this position, another 13 moves to go. It seems a little bit much.
Wow. It hasn't even been 10 moves since Queen e2 has been played. This is White's 27th move on move 17. He played Queen e2, and now Rome is burning. And he's 2 pawns down. Queen takes e5 will be, I believe, no, he's 1 pawn down. Queen takes e5 will be a 2nd pawn.
Yeah, it's incredible, this b2 knight, how disturbing it can be. Controlling the d3, d1 squares.
Well, here we go.
F
takes
takes
e6 has been thrown in. Now, bishop e6 might open up the doors to knight b5.
Queen e5?
So maybe
Queen e5.
imagine if bishop c5.
Bishop e3. Sorry to ruin your party.
No, there was no party. I'll open up. wait, but I'm stubborn. Knight b5, queen e5. What if I try rook e1?
That's
Imagine
good.
if Gukesh calculated saw queen h7 and missed queen d4.
He will not do that.
Let's put this on the board for a second. Knight b5. So your move is, although queen d3
Actually,
is also
queen
possible.
b4. Queen b4 is also very annoying. Maybe queen b4. Knight d6 check. It's only a check.
But I feel like queen e5 eliminates this linchpin of white's attack. Here I can also go knight c7. This seems more promising for white, at least to me. But your initial idea, I'm very, very skeptical about white's chances. Just like queen e8 even. Right?
Well, bishop h2 and queen f4 might be also possible. Somehow I don't like to move back to b8.
Check.
But after queen
Oh, and you hit my
f5,
bishop.
just queen king d7.
Or short castle. Well, king d7 probably even better to protect the bishop. When you have a choice of king moves, you know you've succeeded in life. Incredible. So
Well,
rewind.
It is a dilemma of which to take with the bishop or pawn. But of course, at first you would think pawn.
And I'm biased because I kind of would not mind seeing that position on the board. Ding. 20 minutes on the clock. He doesn't have, time to ponder the meaning of life here.
What a tough situation for Gukesh. But for Ding, it's also not easy because he still has to make some good decisions.
I think Gukesh has done a great job given the circumstances. h4, and now playing this move at the right moment, f takes e6. All he can do is, the best that he can. The rest is outside his control.
How
Objectively, it might be lost.
frustrating. So how frustrating it can be for Gukesh. It was such a promising opening. Things went so well right on the track he wanted to be, probably. Great time advantage. Seemed like very stable position. And things started to take over on the queen side.
30-minute think, right? Queen e2. The move itself made sense. It's hard to even pinpoint exactly where the mistake was. The mistake that turned the momentum around. You could say that queen e1 was a mistake to allow bishop g5, but by that point, things had gotten somewhat out of control. That's a disturbing sign. You don't even know exactly what went wrong, when things started to go wrong. But right now, he's still in the game. He's still fighting. And Ding is under 20 minutes, deciding which way to recapture this pawn.
It's interesting. After f6, what he wants to do. What would you play? Bishop or pawn capture?
I'm more partial to bishop captures. After we put knight b5, queen e5 on the board, somehow I realized that this just seems safer to my eyes. Because after fe6, white, of course, does not have to play queen takes h7. It feels like black's king is a little bit stuck with the f-file being open. What about you?
Well, at first I thought it's obviously pawn capture, but now that you say, bishop e6 has all the idea behind
He takes
it.
to the pawn.
It's a more natural move, but maybe bishop e6 was just a better move.
And it certainly appears that way. The eval bar disapproves knight e2 instantly. Played by Gukesh. Queen takes e5 will happen. Oh, my lands. Will he take on f4? Is that the only move? It certainly appears that way, but bishop d4, runs into bishop e3 check, Judith. I think he will eliminate that bishop.
Yeah, that seems to be the opportunity for white to have the black square bishop and somehow to create counter chances and some unpleasant moments for black. I don't know exactly how, but that black square bishop is is powerful.
Will we get the position, Judith, after bishop c5, queen takes g4, in your opinion? Or will Gukesh search for something, a more mature defensive resource, maybe instead of bishop c5, as Ding captures on e5?
I don't know if it's possible to play anything else. I mean, if black castles, he can castle, then game is over, I think. So I think he has to go knight f4. But I don't know after knight f4. Knight f4, queen f4, castle is not threatening because of bishop c5. So maybe knight f4, queen c2 or something. But then queen c4.
I was thinking exactly that too. Just like a slower move, paradoxically, might be more unpleasant for Ding. Wow. Well, first he has to take on f4, and he's actually investing a little time here. There must be something that's catching his eye. He spent now a minute. What could it be? Or is he just double checking? Maybe he's thinking about his next move. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was thinking on bishop c5, but bishop c5 simply bishop e3.
Exactly.
So I don't
Gotta get this guy when you get a chance.
What else can you do than knight f4?
Yeah, and bishop he's taken. And here
So
we go.
We're getting there.
Moment. Oh my God, Judith, my heart's beating. Of course. Oh, bishop c5, blue arrow. It is apparently the best move for white.
Because we have to stop black from castling and cut the h8 rook.
Wow, and we're going to get the position before queen h7, but obviously queen h7 is not mandatory in a move like queen e1, Judith, or maybe a better activation of the queen.
Or queen c2.
Could be much more unpleasant.
Bishop c5.
Uh-huh. And asking black, what do you do? You're up 2 pawns, 3 pawns, or might be the soul of chess, but
I think bishop c5
don't win you the game.
Bishop c5, queen g4, queen c2.
Mm-hmm. Let's put this on the board.
Queen f2 is a threat.
Let me just remind people who just joined that the beautiful queen h7 is parried by the even more beautiful queen d4. But queen c2... This is nasty, Jude. I mean, this is a 3-result game.
Well, white is at least very active.
Let me try this move.
Rook e1.
But here knight d3.
You're not hanging on e6. I'm sorry. No, then probably rook f3 has to be played.
Agreed.
a3. Look at that. a3 is hanging.
Oh, gosh. You called it. That pawn. It's a strength, strength, strength. Nope. Weakness, weakness, weakness.
We talked about it.
Falls,
we talked about
knight
it.
on b2. Knight c4.
Queen f2.
And maybe you again with your queen f2 and rook f8 and checkmate. And I'd probably take white here.
Wow.
Wouldn't you? If they reach this position. My goodness. F takes c6 might have been a very serious mistake.
Yeah, actually. Indeed.
Now, what is the significance of bishop c5? Why can't Gukesh play queen c2 first? Because castle's bishop c5 isn't an option for Ding. Is it because of bishop? No.
I think queen c4 and then castle.
Yep. You can't exactly sack your queen to prevent black from castling. Better to sack a pawn.
Basically, bishop c5 is the only move, because the main compensation opportunity is really to froze the e8 king and the rook on h8. That's the only chance. If black is like castling, game over.
Exactly. Currently, it's what, 2 extra pawns. Look at the clock. 7.5 minutes. No increment, folks, for 11 moves until the time control. That's an eternity. Those 11 moves will last a lot longer than even the first 29.
But actually, we have already 2 pawns down. So the third one is given away with bishop c5. Going very much down in time.
7 minutes now. Tick, 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 tick. The whole world is holding their breath right now. Bishop c5 is a necessary condition, but it's obviously not necessarily a sufficient condition. He has to find bishop c5 to stay in the game. Once he finds it, the conversation continues. If he doesn't, he might go down without too much intrigue.
Yes, but it's interesting that probably when he played h4, or maybe later, I don't know at what stage he saw this line, but I'm pretty sure that he also had this in mind, what you brought up, that bishop c5, queen h7, fantastic, and then realized that queen d4. And then it's like, okay, so what am I doing now, right? And it needed some time for us to say, okay, basically there is nothing else. That's one of the reasons why we should be playing with bishop c5. And the other thing is that still this is the best hope for white, because it eliminates the play of the rook and the safety of the black king.
I had a couple of bad tournaments in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands is an amazing chess country, but just because you have a bad tournament there doesn't mean, you don't like playing in the Netherlands. Same with bishop c5. Just because queen h7 doesn't work, it's easy to forget that there are alternatives. It's easy to forget where to come back to. And Gukesh might be looking at the wrong moment. He might be looking here, but the surgery has to be performed on the next move. 5.5 minutes now. He's 11 minutes down on the clock, but more importantly, you don't want to reach the point where you physically don't have enough time to execute the remainder of the moves until move 40. Unreal. This might be one of the most interesting World Championship games I've ever seen, and it's game 1.
I hope the table is from this excellent vote from Singapore and it's not shaking as well, because I see that Gukesh is really shaking his leg, so his chair is shaking a lot. Like, I was shaking my leg when I was 12 or up to 12. I was playing in the Olympiad together with my sisters, and we were playing on the podium together. There's some of the top teams, women and men. And there was 3 boards at the time. I was playing in board 2. And then my sisters and Ildiko was telling me that it's fantastic that you're winning one game after another, but you know that it would be a great help if you don't shake your leg, because the whole stage is shaking.
Oh my gosh. And queen c2, he has played it in the wrong order and allowed queen c4.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. And indeed, queen c4, maybe he is overestimating the endgame. Maybe he's relying on the dark squares.
But in the endgame, you have 2 pawns down.
That is a compelling argument. Now let me ask you this, Judah. Queen c4, queen d2, short castle, bishop d4. Does the intrigue end there?
But can't I go...
Yeah,
I mean,
share your pessimism.
Rook f1, bishop f1, queen a2. I know, then queen g5. I thought for a second that queen b1 check I have, but the bishop is on f1.
Queen c8, though, maybe there. Queen g5, queen f8.
But that is something that you might hold, because the d4 bishop can be very powerful, and the queen. It can be
bishop g7, too.
Yeah, no, that can be okay. But after queen c4, queen d2?
Sorry about that. Queen c4, queen d2. Let's put this on the board. Ding is currently thinking. Castles.
Maybe castle is not the best, but I think it should be okay.
But what exactly do you do here? Do you have a forcing way to get the queens off?
So what if I take queen a2 now? I know I'm risking everything. Takes and queen f4.
Ooh, and I sneak in this way. e5 looks too crazy. e5, bishop takes d5, and rook f8, bishop c5.
Wow. That's a cool one.
Just will quickly show how easy it is for black to still lose control of this game. So what is the move here? That's the big question. And maybe this is not even Gukesh's idea. I'm just trying to... Maybe knight d3. But then bishop g7. Then rook f1. Maybe knight d3. What do you make of this?
Yeah, maybe because the d4 bishop suddenly is insecure.
Yeah, bishop g7, rook f1, bishop f1. There's always this queen c4 takes g4.
Indeed. Quite annoying for white, knight d3.
Queen e3. But yeah, this feels like white's out of fuel. Rook f1, bishop f1, e5. Yeah, this is not good. But wait, first Ding has to find queen c4. Maybe we're in for another unexpected turn of events.
Maybe knight c4 is also possible? No, yeah. And after...
Bishop c5, queen g4, queen h7.
No, but you go queen f2 there, right?
Precisely.
So after bishop c5, I would go, let's say, queen g3. Ah, you have knight e3?
Queen g3, queen h7, queen e3, same idea.
Yes,
but there king h1.
That's true.
Queen h6.
Well, I can save myself with queen h6, but that's only one pawn down. So there is, well, queen c4 is the main move.
Is it the case that he doesn't see it, do you think? Or do you think he sees it and is assessing
Of
and
course
seeing
he
if there's
sees
other
it.
convincing option?
Of course he sees it. He's just thinking that is there anything better? And how good is queen c4?
It's just, once you see a way to castle, you know, you're running like a college student who sees a free donut. It's like...
Yes, but what we've seen, that after queen d2 castle, bishop d4 is not so simple. Because knight d3 is a difficult move, I think, there.
As a commentator, I learned this lesson in the Olympiad. There was this blunder where Yakuboyev seemed to miss an opportunity to win Wei Yi's queen and save a lost position. It was an elementary tactic. But in reality, upon closer examination, it turns out that once he would do that, there was an incredibly complicated endgame that he had to calculate 15 moves deep, and most likely he miscalculated the endgame. So it's easy to always assume that, oh, Gukesh blundered queen c4, but he may just as well have spotted queen c4 and is relying on this bishop d4 resource. You just never know, and clearly it's a serious enough idea to make Ding think about it.
Yes, and Ding cannot take on g4, right? Because of queen c7.
And are we sure that position is d4 in that position, maybe?
But
no, too crazy.
What do you mean? d4, you want to give up your rook because bishop... No. Queen
bishop c6, bishop g3 in the end. And queen f8. Queen c4 played.
Yeah, it's the most logical move. We're not going to wait too long for white's next move. But it's impossible that he was not counting on this.
It's the entire reason he should have started with bishop c5. What he wouldn't give for this rook on f1 to see through the bishop. There's a piece in Chinese chess, I think, that jumps over your own, or defense squares over your own piece. It's like, could this rook just for one move transform? Could this bishop get out of the way? No. Queen is hanging. It has to move. It moves to d2. Ding is in time pressure. But it's like, I think I'm tall, and then you put me next to an NBA player. It's like 3.5 minutes for 10 moves, on top of likely a lost position. This will take a miracle.
Well, it would be fantastic for Gukesh to save the game to a draw. That would be a big thing. But it's not going to be easy. But he got some chances.
And it's not over. Bishop d4. Those dark squares, just imagine sitting there. You're ding. You know you're that close to winning your first game in over 300 days. The first game in the World Championship match.
But let's face it.
I can't even watch this. This is peak tension.
But let's face it. He has a good sense of timing. If he wins this one.
How sweet the victory would feel with the black pieces, and how close he came in the Olympiad to winning a game. Didn't manage. And he's beaten Gukesh twice, both times with the black pieces. But he's not thinking any of that. He's thinking, how on earth do I defend my dark squares against Bishop d4? Gukesh, he fights until the last drop of blood is spilled, every single time.
Now I have the feeling that both players, they see that there is something for white. Like Gukesh is like, with his body language, he's saying, yes, I have some compensation. It can work out. Like he has some hopes.
Mm-hmm.
While Ding is, he knows that he should be very good, but still sees Bishop d4 coming after castle.
What if you play Rook f8? What if you do the thing, but without moving the king? Without moving the ding? Still Bishop d4? But it's tempting a little bit, I think.
You want to say that after Rook d8, Bishop d4, already maybe Bishop Rook f1 and Queen a2 can work?
I forgot about that pawn, sure. But you just reminded me of it.
No, but I think it will not work, that one. Because anyway, Queen g5, right? And it doesn't look so good.
That Queen on a2 takes forever to get out of that parking space, just to evacuate from a2. Unreal. It's the more I look at this, the scarier the prospect of Bishop d4 becomes. Can you grab? But
I think it's better to have the king on g8, right? So after castle, Bishop d4, Knight d3. That's the key move.
And we saw the eval bar stay the same, so that does appear to be the best line as far as we know. But seeing Knight d3, if that's the only move, Judith, that's a tall order. 7.5 minutes for Ding now. Oh my gosh. Just look at the players leaning in and backing out and shaking their legs, shaking their heads. And the time keeps ticking down.
Well, it's a big moment. Yeah, intuition comes in handy here, but also calculation just as much, because after castle, Bishop d4. Okay, Bishop d4 instantly.
Instantly.
He should have done that with Queen d2 the same, you know? He had to play Queen d2 also instantly. He was wasting time half a minute or almost 1 minute there.
Judah, it's so easy to blunder here. We talked about how e5 is a blunder. The question is, Knight d3 we know preserves potentially a decisive advantage. Is it the only winning move? Is it the only move which wins cleanly? And he's found it. It's going to be a moot point. Unreal. He's found Knight d3. Gukesh needs to find a way to keep his chances alive. What technique?
He's going to play Queen e3, I believe.
But at that point, I'm really worried about Rook takes f1 and e5. The a-pawn might have the last laugh in a bishop endgame, actually. Under 3 minutes.
But okay, Rook f1 and e5 is also not an easy move to find. No. But it's not good. Come on. No. No, e5. Yeah, I thought for a second that your king is on f8, and then bishop c5, but it's not.
This pawn on g4 and its weakness is what really hamstrings Gukesh, because anytime this bishop moves from d4 and the bishop moves from g2, there's always this lateral check on g4. He's running out of time, and more importantly, he's running out of resources. Rook f8 and bishop g7 isn't even close to perpetual. The black king can run toward the center. Maybe he will try it out of desperation, but I don't see it happening here. He might have to play queen e3 and pray. What about, and again, bishop g7, rook f1, and it would work if not for queen takes g4 check.
Ding feels comfortable.
He can smell it.
He understands it that he is just one step away from winning this game. What a start it would be for him.
Judah, we're in that territory. 7 moves now to make in 90 seconds. It might not even matter at some point. I mean, he's 45 seconds away from just not even being able to make the moves in time. Oh my gosh.
Knight d3, very powerful. Great technique by Ding.
Potentially the most important move of the game. I mean, one that might be taken for granted in retrospect. A move that, speaks for itself in many ways, as Gukesh hits 1 minute now, 60 seconds with no increment, 2 pawns down, and running out of defensive resources. It might be over, Judith. He is a fighter. He exhausts all of the resources, but now he's down to 45 seconds. He tries queen e3, and you can smell it. Ding will see e5. He will see it. There's just no way that he misses, relatively speaking, an easier resource.
But e5, rook f8, king f8, bishop e5.
But first rook f1, I think. First rook f1.
Actually, probably both are good. That's the bad
maybe
news.
Bishop e5 at the end, actually. So maybe it's actually not the best. I'm not suggesting there aren't.
But maybe
other
e5 works. What do you do on e5?
With or without rook f1?
Without.
Well, I play rook f8, king f8, bishop e5, as you said.
Queen c1. But the
but
d5.
I take it bishop d6
the d5
d5
is hanging, and you defend your a2.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And what happens on rook f1 and d5?
I was worried about bishop takes e5 anyway.
Queen g4.
Bishop g3.
Bishop g3.
Just when you think you got these people dead to rights, they grow another head. Gukesh isn't where he is by going down to the whimper.
Some chances still.
So what's the move? If it's not rook f1 and e5.
No, but that should be, I think.
But bishop e5. It must be a move there after bishop g3. And maybe you go for the flag, but that's very dangerous.
But after bishop g3, knight b4?
Oh, just a third pawn. There's no mate on e8. That's it.
You
Just
can't
a calm
move your
reaction.
queen to e7?
Yeah. That must be it. I'm not making the moves, folks, because Ding is about to move. We have to catch these moments as they occur. And Ding knows it's a series of forced moves, so he has 4 minutes on the clock. That sounds like an eternity compared to the 45 seconds Gukesh has to make 7 moves.
What a tense moment. The players are living this. And at this point, if Gukesh could save the game, then he would have the continuation of the match with psychological advantage.
It would feel sweeter than a victory. Speaking of a victory, if Ding drives this one home, how much it would do to restore his confidence, to shift the narrative, the constant yammering and yapping about him not being able to win, and he's played rook f1 and he's played e5. And Gukesh instantly plays bishop e. We will get, Judith, the position after bishop g3. No, he's played bishop g2. Similar move. Now, what do you take?
Well, maybe the best is to go bishop f5 and bishop e4. Isn't that...
Isn't that game over? He's played it just as you speak. And the cherry on top, 30 seconds for Gukesh. Bishop e4 is coming. There's no move. Everything's collapsing. There just is no move. Bishop g3 tried. Bishop e4 will happen.
2 pawns down. Activity for
Bishop,
black.
King h2 maybe. And he's played it and trying to go bishop h3. Still keeping some chances alive. But I think they're phantom chances. What's the finishing touch now for Ding? Don't play bishop takes g2. You can mate it in one move. 10 seconds, Judith. Gukesh has to make 2 more moves. He doesn't see what to do. He's got 5 seconds. He might lose on time. He's played bishop h3. But queen d1 should end the game.
Uh-oh.
Queen d1 ends the game. Before the time control. Tries bishop d6. That's White's 40th move. What's the easiest win, Judith? Is it queen h1 and d4, or do you simply go for the a2 pawn?
Well, it's tempting. I would go for the... well, why not to take that pawn?
Bishop b6. You have a hiding spot. I think that must be the simplest. 90 seconds now to make the final move. You called it a long time ago. Look at the time management for Ding. He's left himself with a perfect amount of time to find what is likely to be the final move of the game. If he can choose a surgically precise path, but that doesn't seem difficult.
I mean, it's possible to take the pawn, right?
And that's the thing. There's no need to calculate. But then bishop e6 and queen takes e4 at the end. You have to see queen f2 check.
And to go to h8, not to h7. So it's not a check.
Precisely. And we see just that on the board. Should I put this on the board really quickly?
It's move 41. So Ding will think now.
I'm not even sure he will. He might just be too excited.
But that's not the right approach, generally speaking, right?
Especially given the fact that he has to see, first of all, not queen h7, queen takes e4 check, but king h8 so that this isn't a check, so that you have this move, queen f2 check, getting the queen out of the pin. We've got to tip our hat to Gukesh. I mean, he has exhausted every resource, and even when there were no resources, he still forces Ding to stay on his feet. But the guy was just too precise. This has been unbelievably impressive technique.
Well, Ding played a very good game. We have to say. He still has to finish the game. Move 41. It's always a risk that you make not the best move. But I doubt that he is going to make any mistake in this game anymore. 2 pawns up, and the third is taken.
Third on the way. And they're adjusting their score sheets, just making sure their notation is right after the time scramble. We remember Nepo Caruana, Caruana Nepo, that 41st move can be a nightmare You're still recovering from the time scramble. You're still emotional, and it's easy to play too quickly. But the calculation here is too straightforward for someone like the world champion to mess up.
Yeah. Queen c6 is also a very powerful move if you don't want to allow the bishops to be powerful.
Oh. And the worst part is he's got 30 minutes to figure this out. The pain now for Gukesh starts to set in.
Wow, what a kickoff game of the match.
Still hoping for a miracle, but if the miracle would have come, it might have come before the time control. Bishop c5, I think, is what Gukesh will be kicking himself for, not playing bishop c5, because it looked, had he played bishop c5 and then queen c2,
yes,
like Black's problems were very serious in time pressure.
Well, this is what I remember my coach said, Lev Sahis, long time ago when I was playing on the very
and my coach
top level also, that whatever happens, stay focused because you always get another chance. Of course, when you go for the highest tournaments, it's not always, but even here we can see we have queen a2 on the board. He couldn't resist making it so fast.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know Psakis was her coach. He was also my coach, and he has worked a lot with Indian players for many, many years.
Yes. Yeah, true. And even in this game, right? Mm-hmm. Sorry. That Ding played all these great moves after knight b6, knight c4, bishop d7, all the way, that probably like 10 moves, just the best moves. Even after that, he didn't play the most accurate way in a world championship match, and this bishop c5, queen c2 could have given him quite a headache and maybe even saving the game by Gukesh.
Game that keeps you on the edge of your seat has two authors, and Gukesh deserves a lot of credit for h4 and knight e2. That was an incredible resource. It set him up to what would have been an incredible comeback if he had found bishop c5 and then converted that counterplay into at least half a point, which of course is a big if. And for Gukesh, a lot has to happen on the emotional front, right? This is just the first game. He has displayed incredible emotional maturity, composure, and that will be put to the test as he prepares for the second game with the black pieces. But he has been up to the task so many times in his career. So I'm sure there will be no panicking going on among his team, among Gukesh. But you come home, you prep for the second game, you do what you do after every game. Judith, you're so experienced with the highs and lows of a chess career. I don't think that he's going to be, looking at scenes of the apocalypse after a setback in only the first game.
Well, this is not exactly how he planned. I'm pretty sure about that. And it's not easy. It's very, very difficult. Also, we see now Gukesh sitting at the board, closing his eyes. Of course, you need a lot of strength to be able to deal with these moments right now for him, because there were a lot of things happening in this game emotionally and on the chessboard, and for sure he will have to recover it in every way. But in principle, of course, he understood and he knew, and we all understand that anything can happen. You can lose the first game, you can win the first game, whatever, but when you're actually dealing with it, and actually it happens, not only a theoretical scenario that it can happen, it is extremely difficult to deal with. And of course, how you're kicking off in a tournament, and of course, as we discussed it in the beginning, a match is a completely different story, because you lose, the other one wins. You can't catch up when one is winning. And also for Ding's self-confidence, I think this victory is immense. It is so important that he shows his strengths, he shows his ability, he shows that he knows what he's doing. He can even in a difficult position, or what we've seen that after the opening it was kind of a difficult position, or we both took for white pieces, right? He sat there, he figured out how to deal with it, he found the best plan, and he executed it. And then he switched, and he also speeded up his moves. So he was able to turn around the whole game in starting from move 17 or so. So this must give an incredible self-confidence to Ding to be able to, that I'm Ding, I'm the world champion. I show you who is the world champion. This is what I'm thinking, and we see how Gukesh is thinking.
It'll be his third decisive classical game against Gukesh. All 3 wins had come with the black pieces, and as you said, a statement win. Remember, Ding tells the chess world who the world champion is, and narratives, talking points, they have a way of becoming ingrained in the minds of chess fans. And this idea that, Ding, he's here by accident, it's set in the minds of myopic chess fans. But Ding was 2,800 for a long time. He is capable of an incredible level, and that Ding Liren was still there. It was hidden. We saw glimpses during the Olympiad, and he's put everything together in this first game. But at the same time, you feel Gukesh's pain, so much pressure on him at 18 years old, his first world championship match. And if you're a thinking chess fan who feels the pain of Gukesh's first loss, you got to take it easy on him. And this is still the start of his career. This is someone who's shown an unbelievable amount of poise, and the match is just getting started, Judith. I can't believe how many emotions we've already felt and how many more games there are to play. But you feel just the different emotions. It sends goosebumps down your spine. The pain and the euphoria on the same 64 squares shared by both players.
Well, very, very tense and difficult moments for Gukesh to put himself together emotionally to be able to finish this game. And but I have the feeling that, similarly to your story, that he's already thinking a bit about the follow-up of the match, or thinking about the middle game of this game, that where did he go wrong so much? Where did it fall apart? How come he didn't even realize it, which was the critical moment where he had to be paying more attention. And of course, these moments are extremely frustrating for a chess player when you feel that you could do better. You did something because somehow it went out of control. And and of course, it's a different story, World Championship match. As Henrik, Magnus's father, just said a few days ago in an interview that you cannot be prepared for game 1 in a World Championship match. And I hear this in my ear that it must be true. It must be true. And the whole atmosphere of a World Championship match. And we have a score. Liren wins the first one.
He has defeated Gukesh, the reigning world champion, with the black pieces in the first game of the 2024 FIDE World Championship. Gukesh will have to take inspiration from Magnus, who was a point down against Sergei Karyakin. But the journey uphill begins as early as game 2. Ding will have the white pieces, Judith. What a statement win. Oh boy, will this be discussed. But Gukesh has to discuss it with his team, but tomorrow he has to come and deliver for a second game. Absolutely incredible, John Sargent.
That was a wild ride from start to finish, watching from over here. Danya, Judith, incredible stuff listening to all of the analysis from this game, because frankly, there was so much of it. What a complex and mesmerizing middle game we had, where the momentum shift, honestly, was just absolutely incredible from Ding Liren there. Judith, your thoughts on the emotions that must be going through the players' heads right now?
Ooh. Well, of course, for Gukesh, it must be the whole world is spinning around him. because this is exactly not what he was counting on, especially around move 13, 14. I'm sure he was very optimistic. The way he was walking, standing up, his body language, the looks, he absolutely gave the impression to me that he was very happy the way things are going. And only a few moves later, things were turning around. And for Ding, I think it's game, the most important game of his life, apart from the one when he became world champion. I think I wouldn't be surprised if he's more happy right now than when he won any other game, because it must be an incredible feeling. It's not only that he won the game, he won the first game, and he showed incredible good play.
An absolutely monumental result. We shouldn't understate this from Ding Liren, taking a win with the black pieces in game number 1 of the World Championship match. We're here 5 hours later, though, it has to be said. There have been a lot of twists and turns, and I have a feeling there's going to be quite a lot of them to recap. So I'm going to pass things back to Danya to show us where we actually came from and how we got to this position here in game number 1.
Who has the white pieces in his first World Championship match, and Ding responds with the French eschewing his favorite e5. He does move the e-pawn. He only moves it 1 square. And we enter a topical line, knight c3. Of course, the most popular and most principled move. They enter the Steinitz variation. And the second surprise, move 6, knight c. As a couple of moves later, on move 7, Ding took over 20 minutes deciding on a course of action. Black has a lot of options, but Ding ultimately decided on a campaign of queenside expansion. A very rare move. Comparatively speaking, queen b6 was far more common. He pushed the pawn up to e4, Gukesh developing the rest of his queenside, Ding taking care of his kingside development, and g4 was blitzed out by Gukesh, a very deep move with a prophylactic idea. He intended to meet castles with g5 in order to discourage this important idea of f6. But Ding reacted well. Queen to a5, creating the possibility of cd. A lot of complex strategic moments, but when the smoke cleared a couple of moves later, b4 was found by Gukesh a very important intermediate move, sending the queen back, and now he was able to recapture with the convenient knight, asserting his space advantage. And a couple of moves later, the critical moment, really potentially the most important turning moment of the game. At this point, Gukesh had 80 minutes, 50-minute time advantage over Ding, who had 36 minutes for over 20 moves. A space advantage, the possibility of executing f5. But Gukesh took 30 minutes. Quite possibly, he was calculating more concrete options like f5. There was the option of knight d2, trading off Black's knight. Ultimately, he settled on a pretty natural move, queen e2, centralizing his queen. And if Ding would have castled kingside, we might have been writing a very different narrative. Gukesh would have likely brought his rook into the center, and now everything would have been ready for the f5 pawn push. But instead, Ding, he sensed the moment, and he rattles off a sequence of moves that will really capture the hearts and minds of chess fans. One of the most incredible sequences probably of his match career. He trades on d4 and then sticks his knight on a second outpost on b2. Yeah, that square exists, opening up a line of fire on the c3 pawn. Once Gukesh defends that pawn, an inaccurate move, that opens a can of worms. Rook c8, hitting the pawn again. Gukesh defends it with rook ac1. And after queen c4, it becomes clear that suddenly Ding's queen and knight are able to zigzag, to knife their way among the light square weaknesses. And suddenly Gukesh, his knight on d4, his queen side becomes less impressive. He tries to push f5, but queen d3 is another brilliant salvo by Ding, trying to trade queens and take the sting out of White's attack. Queen f4 would have been met with g5, and as Judith pointed out, f takes g6, queen takes g6 would have been a disaster for White. Too many threats. So Gukesh went the other way, but that still allowed the bishop to activate to g5. White trying to perform some acrobatics just to keep his pieces alive. Another incredible move, blitzed out by Ding, threatening rook takes d4. Gukesh, he finds an incredible defensive resource in turn. A great game takes 2 authors, and Gukesh, by pushing h4 and giving up the c3 pawn strategically, and then opening up the f-file, Ding recaptures with a pawn. That's a mistake. He could have kept a decisive advantage with bishop takes e6. Suddenly, White drops the knight back to e2 for the second time in the game. The first time was on move 6, right? That surprising line. This time, he eliminates the very important dark squared bishop, and this was the final turning point. Had Gukesh started with bishop c5, this would have kept Black's king stuck in the center. Now, there was the incredible line where queen takes h7 seems to win the game, but runs into the counterblow queen d4 check, deflecting the bishop and leading to a winning endgame. But instead, there's no need for queen takes h7, and the subtle queen c2, or the engine move rook f3 hitting a3, would have set white up with very serious counterplay, and in time pressure, nobody knows what would have happened, but instead, it's the wrong move order by Gukesh. He starts with queen c2, giving Ding a chance to get his queen out of the line of fire, and earning a tempo to castle kingside and get the king to relative safety. Ding follows up with a sequence of amazingly precise moves, starting with knight d3, and ending with the final blow e5, forcing further simplifications. And now his 2 extra pawns and his dominant minor pieces quickly lead to a confident victory. He grabs a 3rd extra pawn, and in this position, on account of the intermezzo queen e4, queen f2 check, Gukesh extended his hand in resignation. Game 1 goes to the reigning world champion, Ding Liren. An incredible fight, a great defensive effort by Gukesh, but it ultimately was not enough. Ding Liren makes a serious statement, winning his first game in over 300 days. And at what an opportune moment, John Sargent.
It absolutely is. Thank you so much for that, Danya. A wild 5 hours we've had here as that game unfolded. Judith, you touched on the emotions that were going on earlier, and now that we've seen the game one more time, it really does showcase the roller coaster that both players have been on. Give us your thoughts overall on the game that's just been played.
Well, it was an amazing game, I must say. That this is not exactly what I accepted. I know that I was expecting interesting chess and excitement, but this was a little bit over that. It was very interesting, starting out from the opening choice and then all the way. What was very clear from the middle game, that in the World Championship match you cannot take easy any part of the game. Every move can be decisive, because it's not so obvious that you blunder something, but it can be a strategical blunder, not a tactical blunder. And this is what has happened, that I think for a moment maybe Gukesh was overconfident, just unconsciously completely, because things went so interesting and so nicely for him in the opening. It was too good to be true. And then just in a second he slipped and things turned around. So it was kind of a wake-up call for him, I think, and he will be going back to his room. The team, I'm expecting a huge fight in the future also, because fantastic players playing.
So the trend continues. We've now seen the French defense 4 times in the first game of a World Championship, and we've had 4 decisive results. Things couldn't get more exciting here at the FIDE World Championship, where defending champion Ding Liren scores the first full point and gets himself a huge psychological advantage. Folks, we're going to be going to a quick break now, but it is not over. It's because we're going to be waiting for the players to get ready and for the press conference to begin in Singapore. So we'll be off for a couple of minutes while that gets set up, and when we come back, it'll be the live press conference post-game. See you in a bit.
Finished. There is a microphone that is to my left that you can go to. Please line up there and ask one question, and we will keep going until we've concluded. My first question to you, Liren, is you've won the game in the aftermath of this victory. How does it feel?
Oh, no microphone.
It's on. It's on.
Well, of course, I feel very good. I haven't won a single classical game for a long time, and today I managed to do that. But this game, I think it's, to be fair, it's very lucky for me because I missed two tactics. Fortunately, it didn't work for him. And then I will show the
which move number?
First is here. Here. Immediately after I take, I realize I might lose because he can play here. And he has queen h7. It's a very brilliant move, but unfortunately I have queen d4. They will not only save the game, but also turn the table around. And the second point is the last move. When I take here, I carefully checked every other moves except bishop e6. If I go here, I draw the game. And very lucky I have queen h8. So, because I already know the accuracy of the game, I think overall I played good. Although at some point I thought I would maybe worse out of the opening. Maybe after this he will slightly better. But after that, I think he played some normal moves, and suddenly it became unclear, and he's not so happy with his position.
There was a moment in the opening when he played the move c3 that surprised us, that you spent a long time thinking in this position. Why did you spend so long?
Yes, I analyzed it, but I couldn't remember what's the continuation. I have to decide between to play the line. And I knew, but I didn't know carefully, or I need to come up with a new idea in the game, myself, like in the game, and I chose the second one.
See, may I ask you, Gukesh, when did you feel that this position had gone wrong for you?
I guess the turning point was around the point after knight b6. I thought I should be better, but then it was like it was unclear. Maybe I already made some mistakes earlier, but yeah, but maybe a few more moves. And like, yeah, here I suddenly maybe knight d4 was a mistake. Yeah, I was thinking about bishop d4, but I did not really take this knight d4, knight b2 that seriously. Yeah, and then all these beautiful tactics happened. Yeah, queen f4, g5 I missed. And then fg6, queen g6 is getting ugly for me. So, yeah, I mean, in my calculations, I just thought queen f4 is very good for me, but g5 is the problem. And okay, after this, I guess it was already tough.
There was some compensation given in this line here after queen takes f4 that you could have played bishop c5 in this moment. And,
yeah, I mean,
and played for rook f3, which looked like it was potentially some chance for you. Did you look at this?
Yeah, I mean, when I went there, initially my plan was obviously to take queen h7, but then I spotted queen d4. And okay, rook f3 I just didn't see. So.
Coming into the game, it's your first game in a World Championship match. Was there a lot of pressure, nervousness? It's easy to talk from the outside before a match, before it even starts, but how did you feel just as you were walking in for the very first time?
Yeah, I mean, for sure I was nervous, and I think it would be surprising if I said I wasn't nervous. I was surely nervous, but after the game started, I calmed down. I think I was playing. Yeah, I obviously surprised them in the opening. I was playing some good chess, but yeah, unfortunately, and then I kind of slipped. The momentum kind of slipped.
Couldn't be a better start for you, Loren. Your feelings winning with the black pieces, especially.
Yeah, because it's the first game, I think he might get nervous. at the start of the match, so I try to play something unusual, which I haven't played for a long time, and it turned out to be worked perfectly.
I will open the floor to the press with any questions.
Leandro Garcia from El País, Spain. My question to both players is basically asking you to analyze this game from the emotional point of view. In the case of Liren, well, you were supposed to be in bad shape before this game. You had, I think, objective reasons to be worried about your own situation, but suddenly you managed to overcome. How was your feeling process, emotional process during the game? And for Gukesh, you were supposed to play today an opponent in a bad shape, but what happened in reality was very different. How was your feelings? How did you deal with that during the game? Thank you.
Well, it's been a long time since my last classical game. I think it was played in Olympia, so it's 2 months ago. I have a lot of time to recover and to train, to prepare, to get to the tournament with a totally new appearance. And yesterday during the game, I just thought somehow maybe my position not so good at some point, but then suddenly I found this idea, and I take d4, and then I be to create counterplays on the queen side, and I just move the piece very quickly, and not only to give him the pressure on the board, but also on the clock. Yeah, also as I mentioned today, I spend nearly all the day game sit on the board, not hiding the player's long like the first game of last time. So I think this is a totally new for me, and I don't think last time what was the last time I was so concentrated on one game.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this obviously it was not a great game by me, and it all depended on the alertness. I mean, when all this knight b2 queen c4 happened, I think it was just a tactical oversight by me. I mean, it can happen. It's a long match, and yeah, about my opponent's form, I think. Yeah, I mean, I expected nothing else. I expected the best version of him, and we have a long match ahead. So yeah, it's only more exciting now that I'm trying.
Next question.
Michael Rahal from FIDE. I wanted to pick up on what you just said, Ding Liren. So you just said that you spent most of the time at the board, actually practically the whole game sitting at the board. That's very different from your performance in Astana, where you spent a lot of time in the lounge. Could you explain a bit more about this decision, how you made it, or is it something you thought about when you arrived at the board today? Thank you.
Well, first, I just did not feel any kind of hungry or thirsty, so I don't need to have food or drinks in the player's lounge. And secondly, I think the position for possibilities, and I need to figure out what's my idea, to play castle or play some h5, or like in the game I found the right plan, I think. And yes, it turns out the time flows very quickly. At some point I was down by 1 hour, but then yes, the time flies.
This is Mike Klein with chess.com. A question for Grandmaster Ding Liren. second match in a row you're working with Richard Rapport, and we're always kind of wondering about your opening choices, how much they came from him, how much they came from you. I'm curious if you wanted to play the French, if he kind of pushed you to play the French, or what impact did he have in your opening choice today?
Yes, he's a French expert. Also, I played French myself last time, and yes, it was our idea to play French, and I just made the decisions to play French in the first game.
Asking on behalf of followers of the FIDE channels for both of you, how many hours did you sleep before round one, and what did you eat before the game?
I usually sleep. Depends on the day, but I try to have at least like 8 hours of sleep, and I think my sleep and my meals were good. Yeah, I'm having some meals before the game, and yeah, I feel good about that.
Well, I sleep the whole night as usual, and before the game I hope to sleep, but I failed.
If I may just pick up on before the press continues, there was one moment in the game that I recalled that you played very quickly for you, Gukesh. It was the moment when you played the move G4 here. You played it very quickly, and it seemed to surprise many in the audience, including some of the commentators and the like. Was this still your preparation completely?
Yeah, I mean, more like G4, you generally don't play without preparation. So.
Okay. All right. And were you comfortable? You were comfortable with the sequence afterwards, of course, because you had prepared it.
Yeah, I mean, I had looked at it, and after Queen A5, I was playing on my own.
Queen A5 was the novelty for you.
Yeah.
This move. Okay. Next question.
For Gukesh, heartbreaking defeat, Gukesh, but in what way does this loss change your game plan for the match?
I think the game plan continues to be the same, just to play every game with the same energy and play the best moves in the position. I think it's the same.
I'm from the organization. I have some Chinese questions for 丁立人。那先祝贺。然后今天这个布局第7步棋是什么原因会长考了一会儿？我知道可能已经回答过了，但是可能还需要，希望能够再说一下。
用中文吗？
都可以 ，as you wish。
对，第7步棋，我在回忆那个布局的准备跟在临场决定下一种新的思路之间抉择了一下，选择了后者。
那今天选择这个布局是想要稳一盘，还是想要争胜？因为知道你对顾客是有战绩上的优势。
选择法兰西很明显是一个很冒险的布局，因为白棋有很多种可能是能够获得一点微弱的优势的。然后赛前我也做了大量的准备。对，但是看到他的开局选择还是让我感到有点意外，然后也出乎了我的意料，所以说开局可能并不是特别的成功。
好，最后一个问题，今天的胜利会对接下来的战略有一些影响，或者有一些改变吗？
我不知道，因为我从来没有在世界冠军赛中领先过。所以我回去再考虑一下吧。而且战略这个是，比赛机密，还是不用透露的太多。
Next question.
Ulrich Stock from Germany. A question for Gukesh. Having so much time to see you play, we were wondering what the yellow ribbon means that you have on your wrist.
It's just some like I don't know what you call it, but it's like a sacred thread. I mean, just a religious thing.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
One more question for Ding Zhen. In 2023, you were always playing from behind, 3 times. Of course, the only time you were ahead is when you won the match. So do you think that this will impact any way you're going to play going forward now that you finally have a lead?
Well, it's a totally new experience. If it's the Swiss or close tournament, then I will fight for win in every possible game. But if in the match, I haven't have any experience yet, and tomorrow I have white pieces, and since I haven't prepared yet, so I don't know what's the approach I will give tomorrow.
Do you think you'll sleep more tonight?
At night, I always have very good sleep.
Any more questions? And with that, we'll conclude the press conference. Next game is tomorrow at 5 p.m. local time. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
Welcome back, everyone. That is the conclusion of the press conference after game number 1. Ding Liren taking a 1-0 lead over Gukesh, but of course the match is long and arduous. Still plenty of room for twists and turns. Danya, let's go to you first this time. Your thoughts on the press conference overall and some of the questions people asked.
Well, so many emotions. First of all, a shout out to the organization. That was a very smoothly run outfit. The press conference started on time. There weren't too many questions. Maurice, of course, is a consummate professional and a grandmaster, by the way. He did a great job as well. And a shout out to the players who are open and honest. And of course, Gukesh, no matter whether you're a Ding fan or a Gukesh fan, to appear at the press conference and behave professionally, to answer questions openly is very, very difficult. And yet he did just that. You always tip your hat at the role model that Gukesh is, win or lose. But today is Ding's day, and Ding Liren with a statement win of the Black Pieces, a Cinderella beginning for the reigning world champion. You could not script it any better for Ding, and he's got to be feeling pretty darn good.
And Judith, a couple of fun quotes from the press conference as well. I think we had a good chuckle at "You don't play G4 unless it's in your preparation." Some fun moments there.
Yeah, well, that's a quote which I would not say that. Yeah, it was very interesting for me to see the players' reaction. It was interesting for me to see Dings. Of course, he's always very humble and very modest. To say, first of all, that he was kind of lucky because he showed us both of his tactical blunders, or how to say that King H8, even in the very last moment in move 41 when he captured Queen A2, he was saying, well, Bishop E6 I was not looking at. So that was kind of interesting, and but it was also nice to see that he has the self-confidence. Obviously, he's very happy with his victory. He felt that he played well from a certain point of view, very well. He realized that his counter chances with knight b2 will be giving good chances for him. And it was interesting to see the Gukesh reaction, that it was the knight b2 which was the turning point where he just somehow got lost. He said that he blundered that queen f4 g5 opportunity, which was after the unpleasant part. So somewhere we also felt it when we had this analysis, that somewhere there he's like losing control kind of thing. And what was sad to see that, of course, Gukesh was suffering quite a lot at the conference, because, of course, his mind was already, he wanted to be somewhere else, but not answering the questions, which is absolutely understandable. And I mean, he's very young, and he knows that every second counts right now, how to recover from this awful experience, which he has to take the good things, and he has to recharge himself, and tomorrow fight again back. And it's nice to hear that he says no changes in the plans, so everything
business
goes
as usual.
business as usual.
Exactly right. And they'll have that opportunity, of course, to rest and recover ahead of tomorrow's game. Now, this was just game number 1 of what could be a 14-game and then tie-break series, folks. So there's still plenty of action to come. Game number 2 will be here live tomorrow, and we start at the wonderfully bright and early time of 4 a.m. Eastern, or 10 o'clock in the morning Central European time. If you're local to Singapore, it'll be 5 o'clock in the afternoon is when the game starts tomorrow. And then game number 3 after that, but take a quick note that it is a rest day on Thursday. So every 3 games, we then get a rest day. So just take a note of that. If you need to plan out your calendar for the week, when you're going to be watching, Thursday is everybody's day off. Right, so folks, that concludes day number 1, and we have had a fantastic roller coaster of emotions. I'll say it again because it's true, and also some great stuff on and off the board as well. Judith, I'll go to you first this time for closing thoughts about today as a whole, and maybe what you'd like to see tomorrow.
I'm thrilled with the kickoff game, with game 1. It was just an amazing story today. Every part of it, and the nuances, the little things. The experience won over the unexperienced for the moment. So it was very exciting, and I can't wait to start to commentate tomorrow.
Danya, we think we might have had a little bit of everything today, but that just sets us up for tomorrow to surprise us. Run us through your final thoughts.
Amen. This was an incredible game. It was a statement win by the reigning world champion, and it's such a privilege, whether it's 4 a.m. start time or 11 p.m., whatever the time. It's a great privilege to be here with a courtside seat and to commentate this game alongside with a true legend. What a game this was. And for Gukesh, a lot of emotional processing to do, but he can take solace in the fact that there have been a lot of comebacks in World Championship history. Steinitz, in the first ever World Championship match in 1886, he was down 4-1. And when he was down 3-1, the New York Sun reported the following, and I quote, there were fans saying that Steinitz was going to lose. And the New York Sun says, Dr. Zukertort looked elated, but Steinitz certainly looked not one bit cast down. And he said, his best friend and second said, none of us are weakening. We have backbones of iron. And Gukesh will have to show backbones of iron because he's got black tomorrow against a Dingley Ren who is motivated, playing well, playing confidently, and will be a very tough opponent. What a match we're in for.
So that's it for our coverage of day number 1 of the FIDE World Championship, folks. Gukesh bidding to become the 18th world champion, stumbling a bit at the first hurdle, but at the same time, it's a very long match. Dingley Ren, in the meantime, his favorite movie is Ratatouille, and he's certainly cooking today. Can he bring the momentum with the white pieces tomorrow? We will see you here, same time, same place, for round 2 tomorrow. Take care, and good night. This is the event we have been waiting for, the World Championship.
And we need to keep our seatbelts nice and fastened, because the intrigue will start from the very first moments.
Is going to be the French.
The French has only occurred 3 times across all World Championship matches.
You can see also on the body language of Gukesh that he knows what he's doing. At this point, I'm kind of a little bit worried. He's spending too much time. A5.
Indeed, it is not the most popular move. I would say 5th or 6th in popularity. It is quite rare.
Gukesh made a very good appearance in game 1 in the opening. He seems to be with full self-confidence in his preparation, the way he sits at the board, walking around.
Whoa. Oh my god, Judith. Bishop g5 threatens not only the rook, but bishop d2.
And look how fast Ding is playing, like he's taking over. How comfortable Ding is. Look at him.
This might be one of the most interesting World Championship games I've ever seen, and it's game 1. Queen c2, he has played it in the wrong order and allowed queen c4. It might be over, Judith. He is a fighter. He exhausts all of the resources, but now he's down to 45 seconds, and you can smell it. Ding will see e5. He will see it. He has to make 2 more moves. He doesn't see what to do. He's got 5 seconds. He might lose on time.
And we have a score.
He has defeated Gukesh, the reigning world champion, with the black pieces in the first game of the 2024 FIDE World Championship.